Yeah, I'm an hour late. I'm sorry. Shit happened. I just shit happened. Hello. We are now starting chapter 23 of The Distortion Detective. Wait a second. Cat, I've come up with an idea most ingenious. Never mind. Hold on. Okay, I do that. Oh, no. Okay. Do that. And for this, that looks terrible. Well, I don't know. Could be worse, I think. It's fine. You guys don't care about the reading as much. I kind of want to do a Heisho run, but I don't have Heathcliff fully leveled yet. That bothers me. So we'll save that for next week. I think. But for now, we do... Tremor, again. 1, 2, 4, 5. Sure, why not? We're gonna play this like a fucking idiot anyway, so. Yippee! Super Starlight mode! Is it efficient? God, no. Hear this? No.
네, 지금이라면 한 단계 높은 의뢰도 성공시킬 수 있겠군.
Alright, here goes.
탈출 개체 확인.
It's 10 in the morning. The sun beams on the somber alley. Actually, I'm gonna put the microphone up to my face. How's that sound? The sun beams down on the somber alley. We walked up to the winding street. There are many unknown paths like this in the back streets. Uncharted streets not shown on any map. Walking into an unfamiliar street poses a risk. A great risk. As is the case of the nests, each area of the back streets has its own culture. Unexpected savagery could be waiting around the corner. Walking down the street for around 15 minutes, as Han Hee-jun instructed, I could see a sign that read Quirkus Village. He didn't bother to give me a detailed description of this town. What are the cultural characteristics of this village? Are there any taboos? Anything? Will it be okay for us to readily step foot in this village? It probably will be. As much of a shady creep as Han is, he's not the type of person to lead us into death in such a primeval way. I took some time to smoke at the entrance before entering the village. Detective, do you want me to prepare for combat just in case? Ezra asked, and I shook my head.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
특이성 감지 센서 청소 타입 G 확인. 요원 여러분의 활력 징후가 높아짐이 확인됩니다.
Because we have no idea what this place is like, we shouldn't let ourselves look nervous. Let's act natural, pretend we're travelers. Sanbei would be perfect as a food tourist exploring local eateries, Yuria added. I smiled a little. That certainly does fit Ezra well. That doesn't sound bad. We'll disguise ourselves as traveling writers who tour small restaurants hidden in the alleys and street corners around the city. My work is to cover the venues and evaluate the quality of their food. As for you, Ezra, you can be my traveling partner and bodyguard. A person who goes around corners in the back streets would need someone to escort them, which justifies your use of force. Gosh, I love that idea! I want to be a bodyguard that also judges food. Do as you wish. And Yuria, don't say a word outside of emergencies, and keep your voice low when you do have to talk. It'd be a hassle to explain how a teddy bear can move and speak to the townsfolk. Duly noted. I ashed my cigarette in the portable ashtray. Alright, time to head in. When I entered the town, I couldn't believe my eyes. It's It's a quiet and cozy place, and lush flowers and grass line the streets. I see houses and buildings in vibrant colors that don't match the gray tone of the city. Brick houses that are about 2 to 3 stories tall. Wooden roof. This beauty and peace is what you'd expect in a nest somewhere. How could a town outside the nest be so calm and pleasing? I know that there are many alleyways known to only few, but I have never visited a place in the back streets that is as snug and tranquil as this fairy tale town. Perhaps it's my knowledge that is shallow. Maybe there are more places like this out there. Wow! Ezra seems to be struck with amazement as well. I looked around to see if there was any villager I can talk to. Not a single person outside. Perhaps it's obvious. This is a weekday. The townspeople likely have jobs to do and money to earn. Even then, this is eerily quiet. Looks like I'll have to poke around the buildings in town. A restaurant should be an ideal starter. Ezra, look for eateries nearby. Will do! Ezra takes the lead with brisk steps. She seems quite excited. I lazily follow her along. The town appears to have about 50 households. The population would be around 80 people. A diner, cafe, or pub. There had to be at least one of those venues. Detective, detective, over here, I found one! Ezra waves her hand at me. Looks like she found something. I see a door with a sign that reads, Demar Tea House. Hearing the clanging of chimes, Ezra and I entered the cafe. It's a small venue with 4 tables and a floor space of 15 pyong. Oh? Welcome to the shop! The voice did not seem to expect a guest. Is the place open right now? I asked. Yes, of course! I presume you don't often get customers at this hour? You see, our town is in a rather remote spot, so I rarely had any visitors outside the townspeople here. Oh dear. They are a little wary of us. I suppose this is a closed village, as I suspected. I must say, I was surprised as well. I never thought I would stumble upon such a beautiful town in an unexpected place like this. Ah. Pardon my manners. Let me introduce myself. I'm Momo, a traveling gourmet who seeks out unknown restaurants at obscure locations. And this is my partner. I'm Miss Momo's partner in travel. Name's Azez. That's a false name just as elaborate as mine. I don't think I could fuse a gift. I don't remember the recipes. Yeah, I need the barrel, because I have the rock, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I have that, so I would need... And... whatever. And the other one is... I need... Yeah, I don't even have any of those. Unfortunate. Whatever, it's fine. Yo, I'm Brilliant Glory. How's it going, man? I smell tremor. Oh, you better fucking believe it. But also, we're playing like a gorilla because this is not a Mirror Dungeon sweat stream. This is just fucking reading while we click win rate. So, if that's what you're into, please look forward to that. Why, yes, I do know that win rating here. Where's the T-Corp Hongler? I have the Hongler that tells the horse to fucking trample. Anyway. Let's see, where are we? You're travelers, I see. Our town certainly is pretty, but I'm afraid it's not famous for its food. It's fine. Finding new restaurants on the streets I'm visiting for the first time is a genuine pleasure to me on its own worth. I'm Dewey, owner of DeMar Tea House. Oh, let me bring you the menu. We chose a table and took a seat. It's a charming little tea house. I can feel the warmth of a wooden construction. The afternoon sunlight shined through the windows. A sense of serenity and relaxation in which is rarity in the city. It's like a luxury that only those in affluent areas can have a taste of. I can't argue with that, yet it hurts me not to see him. I don't think I even own T-Corp Honglu, so... And it's not really my fault, it's... because of, me rushing through all of Limbus Company in 1 month. T-Corp Honglu is really good for Tremor. I don't doubt it. It's just... my Honglu's obviously more built towards, Also, I'm assuming you mean the District 20 Eurodivi Honglu, right? Because there's no actual T-Corp Honglu. I think so. Anyway, what are they saying? Yeah, my Honglu's built more for hay shows. Between having Lord the Dragon, I don't have the fucking Wailing Frog. I could have gotten that, but I just got something for Honglu that wasn't that. Oh, right. Duh. I got the Wayward Passenger. Here you go. The Fury Revive Ego. Because now Honglu can resist death 3 fucking times. Okay, here's our menu. Take your time and give me an order when you've made up your mind. Whoa, it's only just that a true alley restaurant connoisseur should try out every dish on the menu, right, Miss Momo? Ezra, you glutton. Slow down, Miss Ezez. Did you forget our rule is only try 3 dishes the chef recommends? I lightly pinched Ezra's hand. She frowned a little in response. Theory looks at us with a smile, seemingly amused by our little banter. Oh hey! Isn't that doll Komi the Red Bear? It's a teddy bear character that was famous for a while before it got discontinued. Watch an add and spend charge counter revive. Correct! Cool. What? I was confused by the question that came completely out of left field. What's a Comey? Ezra naively asks. You idiot. We're supposed to go with the flow, not ask questions about what is common knowledge to them right away. It's only make us look more suspicious. Oh, right. You said you're travelers. I guess you come from a pretty faraway place. The character was still pretty popular in its time, though. Yudia slightly trembles on my shoulder. She must have a thing or two to say about that. This was a gift from an acquaintance of mine, actually. I understand you're a big fan of cute characters like this, Miss SS. Didn't you know about this one? I gave Ezra a subtle signal. God damn it. I wonder if I should have gotten Cavernous Wailing. Never forget to pick the time-killing time before the time-killing time Bokak. Why before? Is it because that way wire slipped out of its position? Oh, Kumi the red bear. Yep, I knew it'd be a crime for me not to know Kumi. It's Kumi. An awkward pause ensues. Honesty's the only way out of this. We're from the northern side of the city, so we don't know much about what goes down here in the south. The north? You come from so far away. I've never left District 11 in my life, let alone go anywhere near the northern areas. Well, you could say the same for most people in the city. I gave a serviceable response. It's time to change the topic. Well then, Dewey, I'd like to order 3 dishes of your suggestion. Okay, please wait warmly. Bokak has more exclusive gifts and you don't want to miss some of them. Like the badge that revives your sinners and more thingies. I rarely, if ever, need to revive my sinners like that. But I'll keep that in mind. Dewey went into the kitchen. I could hear the sounds of tableware rattling. I look out the window. There's still no one out on the town streets. Is this town always so quiet? I talked to the kitchen with a somewhat loud voice. Right now is the season for the Harvest Festival over town. We've really got time to spare preparing the ceremony at the town hall. A period of celebration. A closed village and unique customs. Loki, this is so Limbus. Yes, it is low-key. It's nice in extreme mode. Well, like I said, I rarely, if ever, need it. Also, I'm replacing the skills because I'm a fucking monkey. I think I have it now. Cool. Do I have Ophi Heathcliff? No. My account is still rather new. I started playing like 2 months ago. I hope you didn't skip the story. I didn't. I streamed nothing but Limbus Company for about a month straight. I didn't skip shit. If you did expect proxy to index at your location. Who do you think I am? I'm reading fucking Distortion Detective. Do you really think I would skip the plot of the games? Yeah, you were in some of them. And guess what? I wasn't skipping the story. Anyway, go forth by win rates. Things like this usually follow a formula. And the formula usually ends with creepy cannibalism ceremonies or cultic carnage parties. However, if this is one of those predictable cases, Section 2 of the 7 wouldn't have bothered to entrust me with solving it. I'll take a straightforward approach. You may never know when a man finally breaks. Dude, I got into Project Moon with Lobotomy Corporation. Limbus Company gameplay is not going to break me. A harvest festival. Could we join that festival if you don't mind? Depending on the villager's reaction, this can be categorized into one of two types. Rejecting outsiders, or actively inviting them to participate. In the case of the latter, there's a high probability that the outsider ends up being the sacrificial lamb. This one being a welcoming kind would be much more convenient for us to resolve this mission. It's simply too much of a hassle to try and sneak into a festival that excludes outsiders. Of course, a festival becomes merrier with more people enjoying it. Dewey came out of the kitchen with food for us. Black tea, pancakes, and omelets. Looks plain. Ezra's eyes sparkled. Well then, enjoy your food. I'll go ask everyone in Town Hall. Thank you. Smiling, Dewey left the restaurant. Ezra, what do you think? It's quite orthodox. You think so too? Did not receive an ego gift. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Damn, they did not want me to get fucking Walpurgis knocked. Well, what the hell? Nah, I'm not gonna search. It's fine. It doesn't matter that much. I don't use the fucking Walpurgis stock gifts that much. And like I said, we're playing this like a monkey. We're just going forward. Yep, a fairly sweet vanilla-flavored pancake, a moderately soft omelet, and a moderately fragrant cup of black tea. All standard. I placed my hand on my forehead. Oh, you're asking why the headless ictus is so small? There's two variants of this Abno. One of them is tiny. The other one's fucking huge. I don't know why. I placed my hand on my forehead. I guess I should just leave her to fill her stomach for now. I ran my eyes over the tea shop again. I still don't see any apparent anomalies. This is nothing more than a cozy tea house. Some time has passed. Door chimes rang as Dewey returned to the tea shop. Miss Momo? Miss Ezez? The townspeople will all gladly agreed to let you participate. Shall we head to the town hall if you're done eating? Quite the welcoming kind. I have no reason to refuse it. The faster this job is dealt with, the better. Will do. Miss Ezez, how did you enjoy the meal? It was overwhelmingly satisfying, Miss Momo. We left the restaurant to follow Dewey. This time is just past 1 p.m. The village is a fascinating sight to behold. If I ever earned the right to retire and live to an old age, perhaps this is where I choose to spend the rest of my life. While I was immersed in such thoughts, we arrived at the town hall. This appears to be the widest building in town. Everyone, here are Miss Momo and Miss Ezez, the visitors I told you about earlier. I think the teleport dog also also can be tiny. Ezra and I nodded a greeting. There are about 40 people inside the building. Each of them bids us a welcome. This is not good. I looked at Ezra and back at the townsfolk. Now I understand why Han Hee-jun gave me this job. A pleasure to meet you. I am Domus, head of this village. I heard from Dewey that you two are travelers. Yes, we're travelers who search for restaurants around the corners of the streets. I'm Momo, and this is Ezez. Hello! Ezra cheerfully greets them. Thank you for allowing strangers like us to join the festival of your village. That's the charm of traveling, isn't it? Besides, festivals are more fun when there are other people to celebrate together. The townspeople are making effigies out of tree branches. We'd like to help you out with the preparation. No, you've come from a far place. You deserve some rest. I believe participating in all stages of a festival, starting with its preparation, is the way to truly enjoy it, as you mentioned. Domus laughed. You raise a good point. Then I'll tell the people here that you two are helping out as well. We helped the townsfolk with preparing the festival for a while. I carefully watched them when we worked. What I see confirms the suspicion I have is not just my imagination. You know shit's fucked when the Project Moon creation is happy? Real. Just like Ryoshu's 5 smiling parents. Carefully watched them while we worked. What I see confirms that the suspicion I have is not just my imagination. Is there a place where I could smoke in this village? I asked the villager standing next to me. Oh, you're free to smoke outside as long as there's no one around. Just make sure not to throw the cigarette butt on the ground. Sure thing. I stepped out of the town hall. The clock struck 4. There's still not a single person out in the town streets I can see. I went to a remote place and pulled out a cigarette, and I placed a hand to my forehead. Detective Moses, did you figure out anything? Yuria whispers. I puffed out smoke. Yes. I cannot see the distortion from any of the townspeople here. They're just crazy. You can't see their distortions? But that has to mean all the villagers here have psychomet according to our theory so far. We'll see soon enough. I shared the cigarette smoke I had just puffed out. If I had my smoking pipe, I could have used the white breath to grasp the truth of this festival and the situation a bit more easily. Pipe. And Vespa. It's like thinking about overdue homework you procrastinated on the whole night. I walked back to the town hall. Miss Momo! Ezra waves her hand at me as if she were waiting for me to come back. Dewey is next to her. What's the business, Miss Ezez? You see, Miss Momo, it's almost time for dinner, so they're asking us to aid them with preparing food for the festival. We thought epicures like us would love to see the process firsthand. Oh, that's a good gift to get this early on. Didn't know Roland was a Index member. Index Roland would kind of go hard. I'm imagining his outfit, but like white and black instead of black and white. And we meet again, Spiral of Contempt. I think last week we fought him 3 times in the same dungeon. Fucking Hollow Knight sounding battle theme. Oh, but Miss Mo was a terrible cook. What do we do? How I wish I could smack her upside the head. I'll help you out by your side, so don't be anxious. Dewey kindly spoke. The prescript commands you to press the damage button for the next 5 encounters. Honestly, this early on, that's not even a fucking problem. And my wife is here to help as well. Nice to meet you. I'm Miyu. Let's all work together to prepare the food. I can't see any distortion from this person either. I'll try, though as Miss Ez mentioned, I am not exactly skilled in the culinary arts myself. Don't worry too much about it. We make special kinds of food for the festivals. Miyu said a special dish. Human meat would be too cliché for this case. Right, damage button. Happy marriage? That's no good. Ezra and I followed the two into the kitchen inside the town hall. Around 10 people are gathered in the kitchen, preparing ingredients for the food. The kitchen feels as snug as the rest of the village. The earthy smell of flour dough filled the air. Dewey and I stood before the kitchen counter. Ezra went to help Miyu with preparing ingredients. We washed our hands with soap, and I wore the apron Dewey gave. Why not? Why don't we just press the fucking damage button and see what happens? Oh, that's why. That's fine. Atsumi Heisho packs will bail me out. It's fine. So what are we going to make? Bread and soup. That's rather simple for food served at a festival. The plainness is what we're trying to make here. Your mind becomes contaminated when you fill your stomach with delicious, extravagant food. Eating extravagant food contaminates the mind is not an expression people would usually say. Contaminate the mind? That's a novel way to put it. It's fine. Attack weight will eventually carry me. That's 3 damage buttons, I'm pretty sure. It's what our town leader says. They work tirelessly for the mental soundness of our townspeople. This festival is a part of their efforts. Will the mind become healthy after participating in the festival? Of course, you'll get to experience it as well, Miss Momo. During the festival, we wash away all the filth from our minds. Maybe that's why our town hasn't had any crime at all, unlike most other towns. While Dewey is speaking, something emerges from their chest. Tiny black arms crawl out. The distortion is manifesting. What is this? Did the person just say something that provoked their own mind? Ezra and Miyu bring cleaned ingredients to us, and Dewey puts the ingredients in the pot one by one. They wait for some time before adding each ingredient. Is there a specific order you're supposed to follow or something? Alright, that's 5 damage buttons. Is this festival held every year? No, it takes place monthly. That's a little different from most festivals I know. It must cost a tidy sum to stage it every month. Although we call it a festival, it's actually rather simple and modest. We only serve bread and soup in these festivals, just like what we're preparing now. Doesn't mean we can't. It doesn't mean we put little care into cooking the food, though. Babe, wake up! It's time for your monthly lobotomy. Let me see. I believe I'm still missing that fuck-ass clock, so... it's fine. Alright, it's a bleed-based boss. What am I gonna fight? I bet it's the barber. Wait, it's the fucking bear. Anyway, a festival where the mind is cleansed, held once per month. This smells like a religious rite. Furthermore, the soup has no meat or any animal protein. It's cooked purely with the greens and vegetables. Carrots, potatoes, mushrooms, and more. Am I doing MDE 50? I don't think I'm gonna do 50 adversities. Fuck you mean I failed to complete the prescriptive? I pressed damage button 5 times. Get out of here. Hey, no, I don't need to do MDE 50. I'll do a few adversities, but I've already done MDE 51s. I'm like, yeah, I don't really gotta. Oh, press the damage button for the next 5 encounters? Fuck it. I don't live in an index-controlled backstreet. You cannot kill me in a way that matters. Anyway, carrots, potatoes, mushrooms, and more. It's an average vegetarian food. Denouncing meat as an impure food is a belief commonly seen in many religious activities. Fair enough, I do MDE 50 for the one run weekly completion. I think you only need to do like 35 adversities to get the full bonus, but like I already hit the cap, so none of that matters to me, I think. I don't think selecting more adversities affects anything beyond the projection, and since I'm already at the projection cap, there's no real reason for me to pursue any further. Or fun MD. I mean, I still gotta do the weeklies to get the fucking... What's it called? lunacy. But like, it's chill. I like playing Limbus Company, if you could believe it. And you know what? Mirror dungeons are fun. Plus, it gives you an excuse to spend 4 to 5 hours catching up on Distortion Detective. Lunacy Extreme for the Achievement Awards. I think I've gotten all of those. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure I've done not literally everything, because there are some achievements that I just can't get because I don't have enough characters in the game. Close enough, though. Anyway. Okay, Miss Momo. Okay, Miss Momo, let's season the food with a pinch of salt now. A festival where the mind is cleansed. Townspeople whose distortions cannot be seen. Dewy sudden manifestation of the distortion. I need a few more clues to draw out an answer. Wait, Miss Momo, that's sugar, not salt! The cooking is almost finished. I didn't see any suspicious ingredients such as hallucinogens being added to the soup throughout the process. The festival is about to begin. People sit around tables for 6 in the town hall cafeteria. Bowls of the soup we made are placed on each table. A loaf of baked bread is put in front of each of us. Our table consisted of Ezra, Dewey, Miu, myself, and lastly the town leader, along with a couple of life-sized wooden effigies. They're the figures the townsfolk were making during the daytime. The effigies also have soup and bread placed in front of them. I looked around. There's a stage at the front of the dining hall. On the stage is a steel chair. The cafeteria is structured in a way that people can see the stage from their tables. Miss Momo, it's completely devoid of meat! Ezra whines, sitting across from me. I ignored her. There are more important matters to address. I can now see the distortion from the townspeople. The degrees of the distortions are all mild and slight like Dewey's. I reckon not everyone has joined this festival? There are 57 people in this dining hall, excluding Ezra and I. No, that's not the case. All the villagers have gathered here. Town leader answered. On. Let's check the window. The index will pay you a visit when you enter the territory of the ring or the middle. You're attempting not to get a fight with the middle currently. I can't wait to see how that plays out. Let's see. Achievements. Yeah, I mean... These are literally RNG, I'm pretty sure. So I'm probably never gonna get those. But yeah, I've gotten pretty much every achievement I can get at this time. I guess I could try to get more Clash power, but I'm not sure how much of that is in my control at this time. 7+ enemy in a single attack skill use. I don't know what fights let me do that, because most enemies are like 6 at most. We'll check. And I can't do this because, well, I mean, I can, but I don't fucking feel like it. Anyway, back to it. The middle are some great dudes. The ring is neutral currently, and I didn't hear anything about the thumb. Mm-hmm. Social credit score go up. Full Stop by Bullet also has 7+ enemy notes. Ironically enough, I think I didn't actually unlock that. That's the only thing I haven't unlocked. And 98% chance, good enough. Also sweepers. Sweepers... maybe? Full Stop is also great for MD runs. It's fine. I think I just forgot to do the actual encounter because I just read the story and I'm like, okay. That's enough for me. Alright, the town leader answered. The town seemed to have about 50 households. If it's true that these people are the whole population of the town, that would mean most of them live alone. However, if I take the wooden effigies into account, the total becomes 102. That isn't far from my estimate. It's even possible that these effigies are occupying the seats where other townsfolk used to be. Where have they disappeared to? I need to investigate that. You must be remarkably pure of heart, Miss Momo. The town leader spoke graciously. I don't see any filth in you. A mysterious phrase. Now, everyone, let the Harvest Festival begin. The town leader stood up and announced with a loud voice. Let us laugh first. All the townsfolk burst out in laughter at the same time, including Dewey and Mew. I laughed along. In a festival you're joining for the first time, you have to observe the mood, and the people and follow their behavior accordingly. Ezra awkwardly laughed. The collective laughing fit went on for 10 minutes. When the town leader abruptly stopped laughing, the townspeople simultaneously quieted down. The town leader sat down. The distortions of the people progressed a little. Let us eat the soup. The leader spoke with majesty. The soup has a clean, savory taste. The bowl wasn't too large, so I could eat all of it before 5 minutes passed. Let us gush out our anger, you filthy, heinous bastards! The town leader lashed out at the wooden effigy sitting at our table. People all yelled profanities, too vulgar for description at the effigies sitting at their tables. What are they upset about? Dewey and Mew are doing the same, swearing with forbidding faces. Ezra and I followed suit. The townspeople's distortions progressed further. Once again, when the town leader stopped cursing, the whole cafeteria fell quiet. Let us eat the bread, the town leader said, slowing their ragged breath. It's an ordinary loaf of buttered bread made from flour. The loaf is about the size of a fist. It doesn't have any particular flavor. The people quietly ate the bread. Oh, excuse me. Oh, right. Fuck it, I refuse. Crunk! I could hear the loud noise of teeth biting into something hard next to me. Dewey started bleeding from their mouth. A black object was inside the bread they were holding. That seems to be what broke their teeth. That thing feels familiar for some reason. A round of applause! Following the town leader's words, all people clapped in unison. Dewey, go to the chair. Yes. Dewey slowly rose from the seat and walked to the front of the dining hall. They climbed to the stage and sat on the steel chair. Do you love the garden of roses that you live in? No. Let us all cry for Dewey, who will receive all of our filth. The town leader says, gritting their teeth and dropping tears. Everyone in the dining hall wails. The people cried their hearts out for Dewey. Something starts happening. The distortions of the townsfolk grow severe. The leader puts a tiny black box on Dewey's head. The thing bears a close resemblance to the box we saw at Tai Young Produce Co. The only difference is the size. I see now. I have to put a stop to this now if I want to save Dewey. My head is ringing from all the cries. The box begins to vibrate. Are these supposed to be monoliths, you think? Can we get skill checked by it just for it to fucking die when we finished? Alright. Cool. Oh, so you don't love it? You take and deal 10% less damage. Yeah. My genuine reaction to this information, answer me, hey, Shopax. Go forth, my horse. Amazing! Go forth, my horse. Amazing! Answer me, what does this garden need? What it needs is more roses. Do I have the stupid candlestick? I don't remember. I do not. The box. I have the packing tape, I'm pretty sure. I need to get the box. Okay. Well, so be it. It's fine, it's not the end of the world. Well, that would have been nice to have before I started this, but whatever. Anyway, I kind of regret they didn't get to finish Distortion Detective before I started playing Limbus, but, me when time-limited event. I'm sure that's fine. I don't know why it hurt, yet it hurts watching Nebulizer get skipped. It's fine. It'll be okay. Detective Moses, this is... Yuria whispered. Ezra, pull Dewey out of the chair right now. Got it, Detective. Ezra sprinted from her seat without delay. This is similar to the case of Taeyong Produce Co. Distortions flow out of people. A stream of distortions akin to a river is made. The extracted distortions seep into Dewey, who is crying. Miu screams as the distortion manifests from her body. Her distortion is then pulled out of her, flowing to Dewey. Dewey is taking up all the distortions of the villagers. In their words, they're receiving their filth. The place is filled with the sounds of laments. Dewey's body gradually swells in an unstable manner. This is driving me mad. Ezra stormed out to save Dewey, but she soon falters and kneels down. Even Ezra's distortion is about to be pulled out. What happens if the distortion is extracted from a person? Will the mental scars associated with it be erased? No. This is not the time to think about such things. I smashed my right elbow on the table. A blade extends from my prosthetic arm. The dining hall is still echoing with sorrowful cries. Ah, fuck it. Everyone, let us rejoice now! Rejoice! The town leader shouted without so much as a flinch. The townspeople cheered. Their shouts of joy could be better described as screams. Let us bid farewell! Make their parting a joyful one! As soon as they finished their words, the stage floor beneath Dewey opened, causing them to fall through a gap. The dull sound was heard a few moments later. Judging from the interval between the fall and the echo, the base of space isn't deep below. The stream of distortions follows Dewey into the space below the stage. The trapdoor begins to close. Screams of bliss continue. Ezra! We need to go after Dewey! I ran forward and helped Ezra up. Curses. The trapdoor is about to close. I used all of my strength to get up to the stage carrying Ezra, who was on the verge of fainting. I pushed her down the opening before making the fall myself. I fell on top of Ezra. This fucking song, dude. I fell on top of Ezra. We thankfully didn't fall from high too high. When I looked up, the ceiling was already shut on us. I could still faintly hear the cheering of the townspeople. A putrid smell stings my nose. I had to look at my surroundings. Detective Moses, look over there! Yuria said, her voice shaking. You've got to be kidding. I placed my hand on my forehead. This is a prison. The distortion of distortions. This isn't the distortion of a single individual. It's an amalgamation of people's distortions. This is what I think is going to happen to T-Corp when we visit them again, by the way. There are 45 of such distortions down here. They match the number of wooden effigies I saw above. These are multiple distortions coalesced into large masses. When it's finally the dramatic part, and it's fucking Gnome Day. I mean, that kind of fits with the whole vibe they're bringing about with this festival thing, yeah? I cannot begin to speculate the cause or abilities of these entities. Dewey moans and squirms. Their flesh expands and bursts. From the ruptures, arms and legs grow out. A swarm of butterflies come forth. Soap spuds pour out. Utterly unfathomable distortions start crawling in our direction. I don't have my pipe with me. Ezra's lying unconscious. Fortunately, there's a door behind us. Yuria, can you open your workshop now? I quietly spoke. Huh? Yes, I can. Then summon it now. Understood, Detective Moses. Yuria hopped out of my shoulder and touched the steel door. Now, if I could open this door... I pulled the knob of the steel door. However, it wouldn't budge. I used the fairy I'd been keeping in the inner coat of my pocket and gave it another try. The steel door still refuses to move. That means this door isn't a locked portal that leads to another space. This is functionally closer to a wall. It has been sealed from the outside, defined as a door that won't ever see its intended use. The distortion is getting closer to us. Whatever, go forth, my horses. I kept forcefully pulling the doorknob with all my might. My right arm was stretched tight. I have nothing else but the motor strength of my prosthetic arm to rely on. This is an expensive arm that Ezra picked for me. Hoping that Ezra's choice of prosthetic limb was correct, I pulled the doorknob using all of my strength. Steel chafing against the door frame produced a loud grating noise. The ear-piercing screech drew the attention of a bestial distortion, which then started running toward me. Damn it. The screws on my right arm squeak. The joints connecting the prosthetic arm to my shoulder are starting to break from the strain, blood leaking from the open gaps. This hurts like hell. I shut my eyes tight and squeezed out my strength one more time. With a roaring metallic noise, the door swung open. A flash of yellow light bolted across the room in a straight line. That boy Vespa was fucking ready. Distortion this, distortion that, but did anyone ask why didn't you go to a therapist? A gaping hole was made in the body of the beast-like distortion that had almost reached me. The yellow harpoon got lodged in the wall on the opposite side of the room. Vespa stands in front of the open door with matted hair and a haggard look. He looked around for a bit before drawing his yellow huando. Detective Moses, you will have to take responsibility for what you've done. Glaring at me, Vespa spoke in a deep voice. I can't do a deep voice. I'm not even gonna try. Chapter 25, The Cellar. But before that, we'll have to handle the situation. I assume these creatures are of a similar nature to what was filmed in your footage. Vespa mused before charging into the distortions. Do the Batman voice now. Oh shit. The horse is here. The creatures, each distorted in their own right, are slashed with the same blade before leaving a yellow trail in its path. When Vespa lifts his right arm, the harpoon stuck in the wall returns to his hand. It seems his broken arm has completely healed up. He slashes one distortion after another with a flamboyant yet disciplined movement. A pointy tentacle rapidly extending from a distortion gets sliced before it reaches him. A beastly paw swung at him falls to the floor as a trail of yellow light passes through it. After neutralizing each distortion, Vespa thrusts a sword and a harpoon into them to end them for good. The subdued distortions soon return to their human form, albeit as corpses brutally slashed and cut. I suppose this is the law of the phenomenon and taking its inevitable course. As they transformed back into humans, the distortions that had been shrouding them scattered away. They're most likely returning to the people who they originally belonged to. Vespa continues to advance without a hitch, creating yellow trails with his blade. If my prediction is correct, the most dangerous distortion should be lurking in the deepest corner of this room, the victim of the first festival, who had to take up the distortions of 100 people. Their shape would be positively unimaginable. In our current state, there's no reason to take a gamble by confronting such a being. All we need to do is find a way out of this dungeon. Hey, Vespa, the distortion's hit. Zing. A yellow harpoon grazed my face and nailed itself to the wall behind me. Blood flowed from the cut it bore on my left cheek. I should go to sleep now. Never forget that Index is after you. I'd like to see them try. Silence, Dr. Moses. I do not wish to converse with a person who broke my trust. An obvious consequence. If you dare to run your mouth to me one more time before I ask first, my blade will slit your throat next. Nothing I say to Vespa will get through to him right now. I tapped Ezra on the cheek, who was still unconscious. There is no mask on Ezra's face, which means Dewey has a hold of Ezra's distortion among many others. For Ezra to come back to her usual self, Dewey must die. This is a causality. I cannot solve the distortions here using my usual methodology. They are distortions of so many people merged into one. It's impossible to face the past of each and every one of them. The only option remaining is to physically dismantle them like Vespa is doing. However, as a result, while Ezra could return to normal, we will have to kill all 45 people trapped in this cellar. Moreover, what will become of the townsfolk who will be subject to the accumulated backlog of their own distortions pouring back into them at once? While it may be possible to solve the distortions that only possess a single texture each as opposed to the amalgamations down here, those distortions will be severe to say the least. Distortion of a singular pattern. Now I see the picture. It was that son of a bitch Han Hee-jun's design to cause this. Distortions tangled with impurity are not what the association needs. A pure distortion manifested from a single person. If we took care of all the distortions in the cellar, there will be 57 unmixed distortions over ground up for grabs. Saving everyone was never a viable option in the first place. There was no saving this town the moment the townspeople started passing the distortions on to one another. The most reasonable choice I can make is to help kill all the distortions in this cellar, and to solve the unmixed distortions that will manifest in the town hall above with my methods. If I woke Ezra up and just ran away with her, I'd fail to save anyone. I need my smoking pipe, but the pipe is in Vespa's possession. Yudia, is there any equipment in your workshop I could use? Huh? Are you going to use it yourself, Detective? Yes. Those gadgets were all made with Ezra's zombie strength in mind. The force will be too strong for you to handle. I just need something that can land one huge blow. This prosthetic arm can deal with the recoil. Wait here a second, then. I'll fetch something useful from my atelier. Yudia ran to her workshop. I searched the room for Dewey. Ezra can regain consciousness once Dewey has been disposed of. With Ezra awake, I will be able to talk to Vespa without losing my head. Many times have I sacrificed the lesser for the greater in my life. Whenever I make such a choice, I can't help but feel as if a corner of my heart were being cut out. I see a distortion that appears to be Dewey crawling in a corner. It's not hostile. It wriggles on the wall, spewing butterflies, bubbles, paint, and other things from its body. That's kind of sad. Here it is, Detective Moses. You can equip it on your right arm. Yudia handed me a giant glove. It looks like a power gauntlet made for Ezra. Careful, Detective. That device was built specifically for Ezra-sanbe to use. I put the gauntlet on. Yudia, how do I use it? Clench and unclench your fist twice, and then make a fist. Throw a punch once the gauntlet turns red. What I could do for them is to end them in a single blow and make it as painless as possible. Dewey may not be aggressive for now, but they might retaliate fiercely if I provoke them. I closed and opened my hand as Yudia instructed. The glove vibrates, releasing hot steam. My hand was always forced. Even when there seemed to be a choice, there was always a right answer I was obligated to choose. The glove was heated. Streams of steam escape, creating an intense noise. Vespa turns his head to catch a glimpse of me, then goes back to slashing distortions. I threw my fist at the wall. The sounds of crushing flesh and exploding mechanical parts rang through the cellar. Detective Moses! Yudia shouted. I grabbed a painkiller from my pocket and injected it in my chest. Fucking hell, that's metal. Dewey returned to human form, or at least their lower half did. No one would be able to tell that this cadaver was Dewey's with its upper half missing. My face and clothes were smudged with bits of flesh and blood. The prosthetic arm has been reduced to pieces from the recoil, its components scattered all over the floor. My right shoulder was gone along with the arm. As Judy expected, the force of the device was simply too strong for my body. It served its purpose nonetheless. A mask appeared on Ezra's face. I shambled to her and moved my left hand with as much strength as I could muster to wake her up. Detective? You're awake. What happened to your arm this time, Detective? Detective, you've done it again. Getting yourself hurt while I'm away. Ezra scolded me in a tearful voice. It's not like I voluntarily walk into harm's way. Okay now. I need to get my pipe back from Vespa. Vespa? Eesh, what is he doing out here? He's made it quite far already. Talk about inexorable. I'll explain the details later. Ezra can't manifest Psychoment like last time because Yudia couldn't use her workshop to make more pendants. But we can still bluff. Ezra, stay alert and ready yourself for combat. A harpoon will come our way in a moment. I quietly whispered to Ezra, and she nodded as she put on her combat glove. Hey, Vespa! A flash of yellow light caught my eye. Zing. A harpoon came hurtling toward me. Ezra quickly deflected it by kicking its shaft with her right leg. The harpoon fails to reach me and gets stuck on the floor. I believe I warned you not to speak to me. Vespa was standing in front of me before I knew it. He's covered in bits and pieces of distortions as well. Do you wish to put an end to our conflict, put a conclusion to our conflict now? Vespa said, sweeping up his rumpled hair. He looks haggard and gaunt, but he doesn't appear tired at all. His eyes still gleam with energy. Think you can handle us in that condition? Shaking dust off her hands, Ezra boasted. Don't be mistaken. I'm not offering you a deal this time. This is a threat. I looked into Vespa's eyes. If you don't follow my orders, you will die here. Besides, we're in District 11. Did you just say District 11? Vespa lets out a deep sigh. It's understandable that this news would hit him like a bolt from the blue. Then again, we merely did what we could to survive, and Vespa hunted us in order to get his work done. I shouldn't let emotion get in the way of this factual matter. What do you want this time, Dr. Moses? My pipe. Vespa took the pipe out of his coat and tossed it to me. I caught it with my left hand. And my right arm? I ate it. After all, I had to survive by any means. In that instant, Ezra charged at Vespa with incredible speed. Ezra struck Vespa in the right cheek with her fist. Vespa simultaneously retaliated by striking his left knee into her chest. The two got into a melee, unfazed by each other's blows. What a doggish mess. It's like the fight between a golden retriever and a Doberman. Yudia put my thoughts into words. Ezra, that's enough. I've lost my right shoulder. Even if I got my arm back, it would no longer be possible to attach it to my body. And I'm not a purist when it comes to body parts either. Ezra took a quick step back and stood in front of me. Vespa, you said you saw the footage, right? I have. Vespa replied, spitting a bloody spit onto the ground. The beings here are much the same as the creature in that video you saw, in essence. People with the know-how call them distortions. These are not ordinary distortions, however. They were artificially created, and are in fact distortions of multiple people mixed together. It would be easier to understand if you view them as something similar to the infamous pianist. Are they not similar to the monsters in the outskirts anyway? What did he mean by this? You could say that. Point is, simple physical force may not be enough to deal with some of them. There's no guarantee that their attacks will be physical either. Didn't you feel it as you progressed further in? How should we terminate them? Kill them with fire? No. You'll need the powers of my smoking pipe. Unia, I could use a twining ribbon. Yes, Detective Moses. Udia went into her workshop. Dr. Moses, what is the purpose of taking up such an occupation? To learn about the distortion. Are you saying that you acted out of simple curiosity? You're rather selfish. Thanks to you, I have lost quite a few things. I won't deny it. I'm a selfish person, as you said. I only act for the sake of self-satisfaction. You should know that neither of us are following some noble cause to begin with. You aren't seeking sympathy from me, are you? Vespa glared at me and put on a faint smile. Detective Moses. Wait, Detective Moses, here it is. I worked as far. I worked as fast as I could to make it. Yudia shook my leg to grab my attention and handed an orange ribbon to me. Ezra, tie this ribbon to my pipe for me. Got it. I held a smoking pipe adorned with the orange ribbon in my hand. I missed the sensation. I blew a white breath into the pipe. The white smoke shrouds Vespa and Ezra, as well as permeating into his yellow hundo and her gloves. What is this now? It'll protect you from psychological damage some distortions will inflict. And the attacks you perform will leave more than just a physical impact. This is a method devised by Yudia and I. Based on the capability of the white breath to protect one from mental attacks, we perceived the idea that it could perhaps be used in an offensive way to cause the same kind of damage. The preparations are complete. We'll head deeper into the cellar and take care of every distortion in this place. And solve the distortions of the townspeople above. Vespa, when this is over, I'll do what I can to straighten out your situation. Oh, shit. I don't think I've actually gotten this Eagle Guess before. Oh, he's gonna be fucking lit. I didn't get the box, which is a shame, but, can work with that, I think. Anyway, time to kill Hohenheim, I guess. You certainly have a way with words, I will admit. Well now, let's head into the deeper areas. Yes, Detective. Vespa and Ezra lead the way with Yudia and I in tow. The distortions assumed more disordered shapes the deeper we went. Ezra crushed them with her fists and Vespa cut down the ones in his way one by one. The distortions we passed through were littered with the bodies of people who were freed from the distortion in death. I placed my hand on my forehead. I still hadn't grown indifferent to the weight of actions like this. It feels as though I am constantly committing sins. Despite that, we must advance. With Vespa and Ezra's forces combined, the distortions are easily dealt with. Soon enough, we are faced with the one final distortion remaining, inhabiting the deepest area. In spite of the white breath coiling around us, merely looking at it makes my head pound. It takes the form of a sphere of flesh that floats in the air. I cannot begin to imagine the desolation and anguish this person may have felt, storing the distortions of 100 people. Vespa throws a harpoon at it right away. Blood spurts from the wound left on its body. However, the harpoon couldn't dig deep into it. It's only stuck on its surface. Dozens of arms radiate from the globular distortion at once in response. The arms are all shaped differently, each composed of different types of matter. Vespa swiftly severs the arms and tentacles coming at us. Ezra pulls back and loads up strength on her arm, then lands her fist on the harpoon stuck on the distortion for a smashing blow. Propelled by the impact of her punch, the harpoon managed to tear a sizable hole in the distortion's body. The gigantic heart at its center, lying at its center, was exposed. That needs to be destroyed. The hole is slowly closing up. Nerf this. Fucking Owenheim. Fuck you and your shield. Alright. Sorry, I got pinged on Discord. I was like, what the hell is that? Ezra, stop that open wound from closing. Vespa, cut the arms trying to grab Ezra. Yuria, tie a penetrating ribbon around my pipe. Ezra jumps into the distortion. You forcibly spread the rupture open. Vespa wards off the threats approaching Ezra. Yuria jumped from my shoulder onto my arm and tied a purple ribbon around my pipe. I took a deep violet breath. The pipe assumed to be the shape of a matchlock rifle. Detective, the walls are closing in too tightly. I struggled to brace the gun against my shoulder using only my left arm. Detective Moses, we need you to act quick. I have only one shot and I must make it count. I put forth all of my concentration. Detective! I pulled the trigger. The bullet flew past Ezra's head and hit the distortion's heart. The spherical distortion squirmed and boiled for a short while. This is the second VTuber I've randomly seen this week. Awesome. Yeah, that's happening to you too, huh? Interesting. The YouTube algorithm has been recommending me channels that I've never even tangentially heard of before. I think that's nice. Which is a bit of a comfort considering my rapidly declining opinion of YouTube as a whole. But, hey. We enjoy the little joys in life, huh? I'm here too and think that's awesome. I can deal with offense level +5, that's fine. Final power +1 for the damn revolver, that's crazy. I'm gonna try to fish for killing time, I think. Well. That's convenient. The Time Killing Time boss theme might be one of my favorite boss themes in all of Project Moon games. I don't know how to feel about that because I think that's Electro Swing, and I've never particularly liked Electro Swing. Anyway. The bullet flew past Ezra's head and hit the Distortion's heart. The spherical Distortion squirmed and boiled for a while, then blew up with a deafening blast. A stream of distortions poured out from where it was and flowed away. Covered in blood and flesh, we stood before the corpse of a young person whose heart was punctured. Chapter 26, Expulsion. There are no more distortions left in the cellar. All that remains are the bodies of 46 people. Go ahead and tell us what to do next, Dr. Moses. Vespa asked me in a cynical tone. We should go up, of course. I can't put my hand on my forehead or smoke from my pipe anymore. I can't seem to move my left shoulder as I will. I twisted and moved every part of my body I could to aim the rifle with only one arm, but I guess that wasn't enough to mitigate the gun's recoil. My left shoulder is dislocated, and my right shoulder is gone. I'm completely powerless. Ezra, please carry me on your back. You bet, Detective. Vespa, I want you to exert physical strength on my behalf for a while. I can only take responsibility for you after we finish this job. Lower the volume on the music ever so slightly. If you wish. Vespa gave an icy reply. Ezra picked up the smoking pipe on the floor and held me in her arms. Ezra, I asked for a piggyback, not this. It's easier for me to respond to danger in this pose. Can't believe I'm being carried like a bride at this age. I yielded myself to Ezra's embrace. Yudia was sitting on top of her head before I noticed. Leaving this cellar is going to be a fairly easy task. The floor of the stage we fell from didn't appear to be very solid, and it isn't too high above us, so Ezra and Vesper will be able to easily break the ceiling and secure us an exit. The real problem is what comes after we go up. I'm frankly afraid to imagine what kind of scenery might await us. We chased our way back to where we fell. Yudia closed the door to her workshop and withdrew it. When we opened the steel door again, a heap of rocks were waiting on the other side. The wall of large rocks, crudely and doggedly piled on top of one another, is reminiscent of the townspeople's vehement disregard. But whatever. Fine. The exit is right above us, Vespa. Am I to slash open the ceiling? Yes. Vespa brandished his blade without asking further. After a few trails of yellow lights flashed in the air, the stage floor broke down. Ezra smoothly dodges the debris falling from above. We jumped to the ground floor. When we got up, carnage was unfolding before our eyes. The polychromatic scene stimulates and overwhelms my mind. A hellish landscape we could do nothing to fix. This might be one of the most detestable scenarios I have seen in my life. Right, this is what is destined to happen when distortions are entwined with each other. This is not like what happened in the cellar. While the distortions I faced down below were akin to people with multiple heads asserting their own thoughts, the ones here are independent beings expressing their unadulterated desires. I should have known that better than anyone, yet I was oblivious of the fact. No. I merely buried it in the back of my mind, not wanting to bring it up again. Vespa looks at me and says, "We're cooked." Did it get pointed out in Kanto 7 that Moses had a prosthetic arm? That's interesting. I think I completely forgot about that. Dr. Moses, I regret to inform you that I am not capable enough to control this situation. Vespa said in a low-pitched voice. Detective Moses? The situation here looks worse than the one in the basement. Yudia said, hiding on the back of Ezra's head. I can hear Ezra gulp from nervousness. The distortions, each different from the rest, are killing each other in their unique ways. The strong harass and tear into the weak as if to flaunt and demonstrate their powers. This scenery is the truest manifestation of the town's collective mind that had been suppressed until now. A glaring variety of colorful distortions grapple and rip one another. This is what I would call the festival of the town. Can I really manage to save one of them? Noticing our presence, some of the distortions turn to us and fix their gazes. A white-furred beast in the shape of an ape that has no eyes. A red tetrahedron with 8 eyes. A yellow mantis with the head of a lion. I sense hostility from those 3 entities. Vespa and Ezra will be able to handle the ape and mantis somehow. The tetrahedron, on the other hand, my pipe will be needed. I closed my eyes, and I made up my mind. Ezra, put the pipe in my mouth, please. Yes, Detective. I ought to save at least one of these distortions. The choice I made in the cellar will be pointless otherwise. Ezra placed the pipe to my lips as I asked. I let out a deep, pale breath. It's the sensation of a life force leaving the body. This breath is beautiful, for it is respired at the cost of life. A translucent, turquoise powder taking on the hue of apatite scattered over the town hall. Casting a blue glow, the powder adheres to the distortions. They begin to slow down not long after. This is a powder of death. It brings the living closer to mortality. Death signifies silence and cessation. And cessation. All living beings are brought to a stop. My lungs aren't big enough to exhale a breath that could stall this many distortions at once. Still, it'll earn me some time to confront at least one distortion. Even if I can only save one of them, I must do what I can. Damn it. This might very well be my last breath. That's what she said? Real. I know you're talking about the pipe in my mouth line. Detective, you promised not to use that breath. Ezra blew a gasket. I ignored her furious scolding. Vespa, don't strike the distortions unless they attack first. I'm afraid I won't be able to obey that, Dr. Moses. Vespa reaches for the hilt of his sword. It would appear his patience has reached its limit. And yet I thought I could reason with this young man to an extent. Bang! A blast similar to the explosion of a firework was heard from outside the town hall, and footfalls rumbled the ground at the same time. I can hear the steps of multiple people, all wearing shoes. Familiar footsteps I've heard in the past. A group of people in long coats and golden masks. The Ujat. Adorned with a single symbol of an eye, storm into the building. Fixers under Dias's immediate supervision. Ujat. They form a dark wave as they wield their scimitars and ruthlessly charge into the distortions. Fuck it, we ball. Go Hong Lu. Very cool. I believe I could use the clock. Cool. And let's enhance. That works. Yeah, I'm not even close to sweating on this front. Things have been remarkably lucky, all things considered. Oh shit, it's the boss fight theme! So that's how it is. The distortions, rendered immobile by the pale breath, are helplessly incapacitated one by one. Please forgive our abruptness, Dr. Moses. And I must say, you didn't disappoint. I knew I could trust you to subdue the distortions of this town without unnecessary casualty. Han Hee-jun walks towards us from the town hall's entrance. This request wasn't issued by the Seven Association. Han Hee-jun. He once again serves as Dias's obedient little lapdog. He always has. I'm a hypocrite. Once again, I couldn't save anyone. Our party and Vespa were moved to a corner of the town square where we sat down to lick our wounds. Ujat, the private military force under Dias's command, cleanly sorted out the town situation. They caged the distortions and make assiduous preparations to transport them, as well as treating our injuries with great care. Ezra won't say a word. She still seems upset about using the pale breath. Then, Han Hee-jun approached us. Oh, that was awesome timing. She still seems upset about me using the pale breath. Then Han Hee-jun approached us. Dr. Moses, have this warm cup of tea as you rest. What is Diaz planning to do with the distortions? How can I possibly grasp what's on her mind? Anyway, I didn't expect you to be with Vespa Crabro, the taboo hunter of Encorp. Is he that famous? Those in the know are familiar with him. I work for Seven Association, you know. Ezra and Vespa are sitting next to me, still keeping their mouths shut. And I brought news for you, Vespa Crabro, sir. Is there any sincerity in a thing Han Hee-jun says? He knows everything he needs to know, even the fact that Vespa will be with us. What is it? Han Hee-jun handed an envelope over to Vespa. He opened it and took out the letter inside shortly before crumpling it and throwing it to the ground. Han Hee-jun, give this poor fellow a shirt or any clothing to put on. It's embarrassing to look at, you know. The jacket and shirt Vespa was wearing had been torn to rags after repeated battle. As you wish, Dr. Moses. Han Hee-jun beckoned his finger to Nujat, who brought him a white dress shirt. I'll invite you and your company to Lady Diaz's. You know, the whole thing with Diaz being Ozymandias and Moses being Moses isn't really lost on me, you know? I wonder how that's going to play out in the future. Let me ask you something, Hee-jun. What is it, Dr. Moses? Is it fun to mess around, sitting on the top of my head? It's not very pleasant, to be honest. After saying goodbye, Han left us and walked off to the site of apprehension for the distortions. I hear you can see the distortion from people. Looking at me, Vespa asked. Yes. I answered, smoking a cigarette with my patched-up left hand. Then tell me, Dr. Moses, what do you see from me right now? I see the tattered wings of a bee on your back. Vespa has been expelled from Encorp. Oh, he's just like me for real. Oh, except I don't think I've ever worked for Nazis. I certainly hope not. But these days, who knows? I could go for spring cultivation. But what if we went for Bokak? I might settle for the dream ending. Ah, fuck it, we gamble. Ooh, my gambling pays off as usual. Always gamble. You'll never be punished for your decisions. Don't actually do that. Brandish the chalice of trickle down. Hey, I have that. The chalice. Of course, I had a tale. Someone working hard for the redistribution of wealth despite not wearing our color. Keep up the good work, comrade. This will shield come in hand and you take it. Really, he must have been mistaken. He patted my shoulder lightly before leaving something in my hands. That's hilarious. That's... Very cool, thank you. So that's why you take the chalice before doing Bokak. Okay. He's so sad. He looks like a fucking poor sopping wet cat. Anyway, chapter 27, the mansion. Actually, no. We're in Han Hee-jun's car, driving down the road. Ujat's vehicles follow us, loaded with the distortions they've captured. The atmosphere in the car is comparable to that of a funeral. No one dares to speak first. Only Ezra's being fidgety, struggling to withstand this mood. She's not one to break the silence, though. Where are we headed? It was Vespa. He opened his mouth and spoke in a raspy voice. You've been invited! You'll be able to give your tired and injured body some much-needed rest there. Han Hee-jun answered. We're headed to Diaz's place, I bet. This is awful. I can already picture what will happen once we arrive at my head. Right now, I have no choice but to play into her hands. So, have we passed her little test? Yes. My personal impression is that your way of handling matters and the results it produces are as excellent as I thought, Dr. Moses. I'm certain Milady will think likewise. Sure she will. Driving along curvy roads, we arrived at a mansion lit with fanciful lights. A backstreets inhabitant couldn't ever dream to earn a tiny room in a house like this, even if they worked their tail off all of their entire life. To add insult to injury, this isn't a house where Diaz permanently resides. It's a vacation home, a place as significant to her as a pair of shoes stored in the corner of a closet that may or may not be worn someday. She probably owns at least one mansion like this in every nest. After we step out of the car, Han Hee-jun leads the way for us. Before long, Diaz came running to me with open arms and hugged me. Moses! Sweetheart! You must have taken great pains to get your job done. Good work, darling. I see you're still having fun playing with me like a puppet on a string. Don't be so cold about it. I knew you could do a wonderful job handling it. Right, Hee-jun? Yes, indeed. A sudden growl interrupts the conversation. Ezra's belly is such an honest alarm. Sorry. That's kind of fucking hilarious, actually. Okay. Oh, Ezra! I knew you were starving, you poor baby girl! I prepared a ton of rare dishes for you! Come on, let's eat together! Can this sassy boy in yellow dine as well? I asked, pointing at Vespa. Diaz answered in a completely apathetic tone. More than 100 kinds of dishes are placed on the long dinner table, and only 6 people sit around this table. That means most of the food will go to waste. Each plate of food on this table probably costs as much as a house in the residential area of the back streets. In that sense, could this meal be considered extravagant? Such a description only applies to consumption beyond one's means. Diaz can easily afford this and more. To her, this meal would be the equivalent of purchasing a sandwich at your local Ham Ham Pang Pang. I don't know how this makes you feel. That's so fucking sad. I'm sure you set up that scheme because there's something you want me to do. Cut to the chase, will you? Can you go to L-Corp's nest? Diaz says with a merry smile. Are you referring to Lobotomy Corporation? A wing that recently fell? Vespa said impassively. Diaz replied to him without so much as giving a glance in his direction. You still haven't done away with that dream, huh? Of course not. I am a girl with many dreams, you know. Isn't that right, Ezra? Yeah. L-Corp. Once again, I set out for a fallen nest. This is the first time I'm making a journey to such a place since the Smoke War. It brings back several memories. The night is long, Moses. Let me tell you all about the favors I want to ask of you, taking all the time we need. Oh, for the wing's sake. Translation notes. No, we are not sneaking Hum Hum Pong Pong product placements into the English text. Mr. Ji-hoon has included them in the original dialogue. Chapter 28. Our Mission. I'm just stretching out my neck real quick. There we go, feel better. Are you proposing that I work for you like I used to? I won't ask you to be a new job, no. I'd like to hire Miss Moses as the Distortion Detective. The fallen nest of L-Corp has now likely become a battlefield for numerous syndicates and fixers. True! What can the Distortion detective do in the midst of such strife fought with cold weapons? Aw, Ezra, it's so nice to see you enjoy your meal, Diaz said with a smile in her eyes. Ezra is conscious of Diaz's attention, but she still hastily fills her stomach with food on the table. What's more astonishing was the speed at which Vespa consumed his share. It almost looks as if he were inhaling food, rather than dining like one normally would. Perhaps my prediction was incorrect. Maybe there won't be any food left to go to waste. Leaving the two to their meal, I continued the conversation with Diaz. Diaz, you seem to be interested in capturing distortions alive. Mm-hmm. That's right. Are you trying to fulfill your dreams by using them? Half right, half wrong. Diaz never lies. She won't tell the full truth either. That's the kind of fellow she was. She set a clear limit on how much she was willing to share. Will we find larger numbers of distortions to capture in L-Corp's nest? Or is it a particular distortion you're keeping an eye on in that place? Do you have any idea what's going on in Nest L right now, sweetheart? Diaz gives me a poignant stare, pulling her eyebrows together. What an abominable look. Lady Diaz, may I have the pleasure of explaining this part to her? Han Hee-jun butts in. Okay. I'll leave it to you, Hee-jun. I'm a total klutz at exposition. Han Hee-jun looked into my eyes as if to seek my non-verbal agreement before giving the brief. L-Corp's nest is currently under a shroud of fog. It is of unknown origin. A shroud of fog. Another resemblance to the smoke war. This is all happening during Library of Ruina, for the record. The situation isn't quite like the smoke war. The fog simply hinders any attempts to observe by obstructing vision. Anyone who enters ends up getting lost. Still, I imagine quite the bloodshed is going on at the nest. And, as you suspect, syndicates and fixers are murdering one another in that place. Because it's a tempting opportunity to make a fortune. You would be correct. Have the fingers stuck into the metaphorical pie as well. The thumb and the index have made a move. The index of all things. That's a bugger. Someone is the reason you're sending me into that war zone. Hey, Dynamite! Doing alright, we're just reading while we play like a gorilla. How are you doing? Doing fine, preparing Christmas stuff. Had my shopping done for a while, but still gotta wrap stuff. That's nice, man. Are you visiting family for your Christmas, or what? My grandparents would live an hour away, so it's not far off. Oh, that's nice, man. Yeah, if I had to visit my grandparents, it would literally take days to drive there. If you'll excuse me a second, I have to take care of something. Because my memory has failed me. I'll be right back. Well, the alternative would be me going to North Carolina to meet with my family. Well, as far as I'm aware, my grandparents from both sides both live in Mexico. And, I think they live in the part of Mexico that's under California. Gee, if only there were a name for that. No, I actually don't know where my paternal grandparents live. Because, like many VTubers, I am fatherless. No, but I think my grandparents might be somewhere in, like, central Mexico. So, what if I know? I'm doing 0 Secret Boss MD 50 right now. Unfortunate. Yeah, the only family member I live with here, this fucking far out of the country, is my brother. Otherwise, all of my family lives halfway across the country, so it's like... And right now, we literally can't afford to make that trip. don't know where this gift comes from. Oh well. You live in New Zealand, right? Damn. I ain't got shit on you, man. Most of my family either lives here or in North Carolina and Texas. That's crazy. Yeah, I think all of my relatives live either here in the United States or in Mexico. You did it, you're free. Now you're free to watch me struggle with similar shit. I mean, I say struggle, but really? Okay, I need the slash one. Oh! Lucky me. I would like to visit that part of the world at some point. What's it called? Oceania? I have thought about going to Australia. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but I wouldn't mind going to Southeast Asia either. NZ's very beautiful landscape. I do recommend it for that, at least. Yeah, here's the thing. When I visit places, I try not to go to, like, the obvious tourist traps. I don't mind going to, like, some novelties, like museums and such. And, of course, I love theme parks, as I'm sure you're all aware by this point. Or if you're new to this channel, hi, I'm Wild. I like theme parks. You should subscribe to me right now. But I like going to places that people take for granted. Well, that I assume people take for granted. I should say it's more from my perspective of things like... I used to live near places that have interesting historical significance. Like, as a lesser example, when I lived in Las Vegas, there's a lot of interesting stuff in Las Vegas, but people who live in Las Vegas just kind of let go like, yeah, there's casinos here. And novelty restaurants, stuff like that. It's like the gambling mine? Yes. I lived... I got to see Fremont Street every night, basically. But what I mean is, like... Say, for example... I don't think Whataburger exists outside of the United States of America, right? And as a godforsaken California native, I had never been to a Whataburger until I moved to Texas. And there's Whataburgers are fucking plenty here. In Texas, of course. And people just go about their day around here going to Whataburgers like it's at McDonald's. But, like, to me, as godforsaken Californian, I'm like, wow, that's fucking cool. I like this place. And for my trip to Maryland 2 months ago, yes, I did go to Six Flags America, which is a unique novelty. It's like how North Carolina Cheerwine is more popular than Coke. And I think Big Red here might be more popular than Coke. That being said, I don't like Big Red. Big Red tastes fucking awful to me. I have tried to like the taste of it, but it just like it just tastes like syrup to me, and ugh. But yeah, but with Maryland, I didn't just go to like Six Flags America, even though that was my main target. I wanted to go places nearby. I wanted to go to like the local diners and stuff. Because like for people who live there, they go to local diners. It's like, yeah, I'll probably go get breakfast here on Saturday or whatever. For me, it's like this is the only time I'm gonna get to go to a place like this, probably. And so, and the other thing is that going to local places that don't necessarily advertise themselves for tourists is a better way to get an honest picture of the people who live in a given area than, like, actually going to, like, a theme park or something, you know? Because a theme park's gonna have a bunch of tourists, and yeah, you'll have people who work there who are in the area, but when you just go to, like, the random diner in, like, Jessup or whatever, you're going to meet people who are from there, who have unique and lived experiences that are far different from yours. And I think that's the cool part about traveling. Anyway, back to reading. Diaz glances at me with one eye open, taking a sip of tea. There have been an extraordinary number of reports that I thought to be cases of distortion in that nest. Didn't you just say it's impossible to observe things in there? The fog merely makes it difficult to navigate your way in the nest. We do acquire clear reports of what people encounter within the foggy nest. You want us to capture distortions alive from there. That is correct, and there is more. We want the distortion in a more complete form. Let the distortion progress further. Foster it, if necessary. Steer people's minds even more? How far does it have to go? Doctor, are you familiar with the term abnormality? Abnormality? No, never heard of it. I don't like where this is going. As someone who has played the Project Moon games, this is, concerning. So this is how they ended up in Limbus Company, I suppose. In that case, I'll leave it up to your judgment. I'm only a fixer who resolves distortions. That makes you the most adequate person for the task of neutralizing them. Fine. What comes next? Tell Ezra to carry the distortion on her shoulder. Startled, Ezra paused her busy hands and shook her head while looking me in the eye. Ujat will come to pick it up when you do. How convenient. Are they going to accompany us or something? Do you need the support of Ujat? Nope. I hate traveling in crowds. I figured you'd say so. If one is prone to getting lost within the nest and surveillance over distance is out of the question, how are they going to find us? Dia smiled and gave me a well-packaged box, as though she were waiting for me to bring up the issue. Great. I wonder if we could go for evil defining, but I'm gonna try to fish for miracle on 20th. Actually, Miracle Clock Orange Road wouldn't be a bad idea. Just for even more survival. Screw it, why not? Oh, good. We get the clover gift. Splendid. That makes me do more damage. Anyway, die. Here! A gift from my dear Moses! It's a prosthetic arm. A one-of-a-kind arm. You won't find anything like it in the city. I spent tons of money on this. It's extremely unusual for Diaz to consider any expenditure large. Whatever this thing is, it must be a work of insanity. With this arm equipped, Uchat will be able to locate you. It can also communicate with me. That means I'll have to listen to your Saudi voice wherever I am. Which means that this thing is a shackle. Heavy fetters attached to my ankles that won't let me escape her notice no matter where I go. How many distortions do you want captured? Until I'm satisfied. I'm holding back my boiling urge to punch that face. Yes, you are to secure distortions until Lady Diaz is satisfied by the amount. And... do you remember the black box you saw on Tai Young Produce Co? Yes. That box was procured from L Corp's nest. You're telling me to find and bring more of those boxes as well. The black box that generated distortions. Diaz collects distortions and plans to create them herself. So that's how it is. With the technology in her hand, she might be able to achieve whatever filthy dream she has. And why should I take this job? Because this might be your chance to atone for your past, Doctor. I took out my smoking pipe and bit it in my mouth. Please remain calm. I'm saying this sincerely. I puffed out smoke. Alright, now I think we can get Lunar Memory, which is quite early for this, I think. Yes, sir! Let's see. Want to level up the bridle, I think. we continue with the fight and continue reading. I think we're making good pace as far as clearing the mirror dungeon goes. I don't think we're going to be done with Distortion Detective by the time this is over, because there's like 46 chapters or something like that. But it's fine, it's whatever. Anyway. Dr. Moses, please refrain from smoking at the dinner table. Vespa scowled at me and grouched in a deep voice. I don't mind it. Don't give any attention and smoke all you want, Moses dear. Diaz retorted right away. I internally let out a deep sigh and put the pipe back in my pocket. We'd like you to lend a hand as well, Vespa sir. Why is that? Because you might be reinstated in the wing with Milady's help. I'll regard that silence as a sign of agreement. Okay, let's say this whole deal makes sense. Where do you want us to begin? Works for me. We have multiple candidates. Laundry of Dreams, the Human Thunderbolt, the Library, Library of Ruin I mentioned, Yesterday's Promise, Library of Ruin I mentioned, the 8 o'clock Circus, Library of Ruin I mentioned, the Church of Gears, you get it already! Man-Eating Set, that's enough. All ungraceful names. That's how the association usually designate names for cases. I'll start with the Laundry of Dreams. It's great. Urban legend. An urban legend. Should be a good exercise. The library is an urban legend as well. What do you think about that one? I don't get good vibes out of it. That's the only reason she was not turned into a book. Understood. I'll be taking off tomorrow. What? But Moses, I wouldn't mind if you stayed here and played with me for a week or so. I left her behind and headed outside. I hate working for the Illuminati, bro. This shit fucking sucks. I enjoy a bit of solitude on the terrace, smoking from my pipe. It's quite a contrast to the scenery I usually see from my office. The yard of this mansion seems endless. Beautiful lights illuminate the vast garden. Detective? Are you really gonna be alright? Ezra came to my side and asked. Have you mellowed out, Ezra? Yeah. I get it. That was the only option you had, but... promise not to use that pale breath ever again. For real this time. I know what it does. If you use that power, your lifespan gets... Ezra, I know that better than anyone. Of course I value my own life. I made that choice to use it so we could survive. Hey. Let's see. Go to bed now. We've got work to do tomorrow. Detective, about the atonement thing Hijun Sanbei mentioned? Are you really going to do it? Yes. The morning draws on. I equipped the prosthetic arm Diaz gave and prepared myself for the trip. Han Hee-jun is waiting for us at the garden entrance next to a black van. Vespa and Ezra are loading the boat. Vespa and Ezra are loading the boot of the van with various gadgets. I place my pipe in my mouth. Lady Diaz departed at dawn for someplace else. She wanted to say her apologies for not giving you a proper farewell. Right. I puffed out smoke from the pipe. And Miss Yuria, there's no need to pose as a normal teddy bear in front of me. Han Hee-jun quietly spoke to Yuria, who was sitting on my shoulder. The plush doll flinched a little. Ujat will set up an outpost near Nest L. You may head into the nest first. Guess we'll have to go by car with Ezra as our driver. Maybe I should bring sickness pills. I'll take the wheel. Vespa shut up from behind and walked toward the driver's seat. Are you a good driver? You won't be disappointed. I got into the van with a bitter smile. This pitiful young man has become yet another toy in DS's hands. Doctor, I will be contacting you later. I gestured at him to sod off. Soon afterwards, the van's engine roared to life as it began to move. It's the beginning of another jammed journey. One might even say an odyssey. Let's see. There's 42 chapters and we're on chapter 29. Chapter 29, Safe Passage. Yeah, I don't think we're finishing Distortion Detective tonight. However... we'll definitely be done before the new Kanto drops. Why not? Evil defining, that'll be fun. We're making... Well, I'd normally do this a lot faster if I was doing this off stream, but for talking with you guys and having a good time, we're making surprisingly good pace on this. Anyway, the ride is surprisingly comfortable. Vespa was right in that I wouldn't be disappointed in his driving skills. A good vehicle has meant an excellent driver. We're quietly driving along the highway leading to L-Corp's nest. In the back seat, I've opened the envelope Han Hee-jun gave me. It's a brief report on the nest and the Laundry of Dreams. The Distortion is located in the back streets of Nest L, situated in the southern part of that city. The nest is currently covered in a veil of fog due to the fall of the Lobotomy Corporation, the Wing. Its nest is doomed to collapse as a result. No wing falls with grace. They leave a permanent scar on the city before crumbling to dust. In the case of this L-Corp, that would be the fog. They say everyone loses their way in that fog. A variety of syndicates and fixers in the nest are drawing their weapons against one another. To think that the Distortion is rampant in this chaos will be akin to a battlefield for sure. Skipping past the tidbits of info on the Misty Nest, I skimmed through the rest of the report on the Laundry of Dreams. It was degraded from an urban plague to an urban legend. According to the report, it was initially designated as an urban plague after wiping out an entire office of fixers, but it has since stepped down a grade as it did not cause any notable events afterwards. So what are the levels again? It's Standard, myth, legend, nightmare, plague. Sorry, the city then Imperius Civitatis. That'll be interesting to keep in mind. So, what is this task we're supposed to take care of? Vespa asked from the driver's seat, his eyes facing forward. I was just about to read over that part. An ordinary coin-op on the outside, but after you use it, you come out a completely different person? Yunia read out the report from the top of my shoulder. Detective, is this going to be a location-type distortion like the mock exam one? Ezra turned her head and said from the passenger seat. Are you referring to some kind of test? Vespa spoke, his gaze still fixed on the road ahead. Ezra, tell him about the classifications we established while doing our detective work. Got it! Ezra rummaged through her bag for a notebook. It has a yellow cover plastered with stickers, a glaring hallmark of Ezra's possession. She riffles the pages until she puts a finger on a certain page as if she spotted something. Let this senior give Yuria the protege and Vespa the baby bee of the team a lecture on the distortion. I could see a vein pop out between Vespa's brows right as she said that. Ezra studies his face for a moment, then continues her lesson. Some high-quality intel organized by Detective Moses and her capable sidekick Ezra, all based on the experience of working as the Distortion Detective. As you all know, our mentor Moses can see the distortion. Distortion is the name given to this phenomenon by the HANA Association. According to the data registered to the Association database, it's a phenomenon where people would suddenly transform and take monstrous shapes. It's a phenomenon where people would suddenly transform and take monstrous shapes. I heard about the phenomenon in relation to the pianist case of District 9. Yeah, the pianist is a little important. In case some of you didn't know that already. Yep, you two are on the right track. Before I knew it, the drive turned into a little class. However, our mentor and Detective Moses thinks there's more to the distortion than just people turning into monsters. She sees the distortion as a person's mind bursting forth into something tangible. And the detective can see the distortion before it actually manifests. That's how our office can solve cases before the distortion fully manifests. Is it up to Moses to determine whether a case of the distortion has fully manifested? It's Detective Moses, little junior Vespa. Vespa pops another vein on his forehead. Is it up to Detective Moses to determine the severity? Yep. She's classified different types of distortions and the stages of progression. Every distortion has a cause behind it. From that, we connect the dots to explain how that cause is responsible for the person distorted. Next, we give the explanation to the subject in a way they can accept. If they do, we can resolve the case before the distortion manifests. Death. Amazing. Sorry, I just occasionally look at Horst Song and go like, my god, that man can ride. I think that's one of the few tier 4 ego gifts that you could just get. Can the same be done to cases of the distortion that have already manifested? Vespa turned his head toward me and asked. To that, I quietly answered. Depends on the progress and category. I updated my knowledge on the distortion after the recent series of events. I want you to pay attention to this one, Ezra. Yes, Detective. Ezra turned to a new page and picked up a pen. Until recently, I only categorized distortions by type, but I've included severity in my newest classification system. Incubation period, early stage, middle stage, and terminal stage. It's like the staging of a disease. Udyr made a snarky remark. He's not wrong, however. To me, the distortion is a disease. Most people's distortions are in the incubation period. As you're all aware, I can see the distortion before it manifests. Thus, I decided to title the earliest stage where the distortion becomes visible to me as the incubation period. I'd like to know the severity of the bee's wings you can see from me. In my opinion, your distortion is at an early stage. Although I'm speaking from my subjective point of view, from what I could see, distortions in the incubation period are mostly fragmentary. An early stage distortion is still minor, but it assumes a definite form, and I can feel the early symptoms of it. An example is the fact I could feel the breeze generated by the beats of your wings, Vespa. No one else here would be able to sense it. Only I can see and perceive it. This is what I classify as an early symptom. Oh boy, which version of Ahab are we fighting? My god, I got so lucky this run. Okay, let's see. Blunt. 4 and a 3. I'm assuming this is going to be Pequod Trio. I will be pleasantly surprised if it's Gas Harpoon. Yep. If it's something only you can feel, it must have been a useful ability for you to find and resolve distortions. I think so too, but sometimes it makes me feel unwanted sensations and pain no one else could feel. Rumble. The car shook a little. We came off the highway and entered a narrow road toward Elcorp's Nest. A thin veil of mist obscures the view out of the window. The time is 1 p.m. Sunlight scatters and shimmers in the mist. We'll listen to the rest of the explanation later. A group of a dozen or two people are blocking the way. Are they fixers or syndicate members that seized hold of this area? I want to avoid unnecessary conflict if possible. Vespa stopped the car. The group approaches us. Knock, knock. One of them raps the car window. Vespa lowered it in response. Going on a little family trip, are ya? A woman puts her arm on the windowsill and asks in a serious manner. She has Irazume tattooed on her arms. In her other hand is a cigarette. The Irazume on her arms is no doubt an augmentation tattoo. People carrying katanas at the girdle stand in front of the car, staring at us with their arms crossed. Gee, I wonder which syndicate this would be. What's your business? Vespa inquired with his eyes closed, not even giving a second of a glance at the woman. Ezra has her hand over her dimensional bag, preparing for combat. It seems we're dealing with a syndicate. You're about to enter Kurokumo clan's territory, you see. You're gonna have to pay a small toll to pass. Kurokumo clan. I'm unfamiliar with the name. Anyhow, it's interesting to note how syndicates in the southern side of the city tend to be dressed in composed clothes, unlike those in the north. Detective? Ezra, just give them what they want. We're giving money-hungry scoundrels what they ask for. No matter how high they set the bid, it'll still be well within the budget Diaz gave us. Ezra's face puckered as she asked the syndicate... how much do you need? Ezra's face puckered as she asked the syndicate member, reluctant to give away our money. Well... Bewildered by a generous attitude, the syndicate member looked us up and down. 2 million on. Yeah? Anyway, Ahab, we're gonna beat you to death. Die. It seems Ezra begrudges our money going to them. However, I don't mind the loss as long as it is the only thing we have to give up. There's no reason to take a gamble against a syndicate with unknown power and affiliation just to save money. Ezra took a bundle of cash out of her bag and started counting it. Changed my mind. 10 million. The goon said with a chuckle. Staring down the pile of money must have made them cuckoo. Detective! Give it to them. Yay! Ezra passed the 10 million on through the driver's side window. Meanwhile, Vespa remains perfectly still, his eyes shut. I can see that the syndicate has some experience, considering they didn't go as far as demanding every coin from us. Rookies tend to keep raising the stakes until it bites them in the ankle. On the other hand, the more experienced ones assess the opponent's capacity and stop at an acceptable price. Alright. Be on your way. And cutie, you can have this. Ezra was handed a black plastic plate. It's a pass. That thing should let you freely get through any area under Kurokuma clan's rule. I'm Yuri, one of the vice captains of the Kurokuma clan. You know, I like you gals. Why don't you tell my name when you drop by a bar for a drink? I'll pay the tab for you. That was resolved smoothly. Have a happy, sappy little family trip! Vice Captain Yuri ground her cigarette on the side mirror of our vehicle. Her head was gone in the blink of an eye. I guess he just decided he had fucking enough of that shit. And speaking of having enough of that shit, let's see how much damage Yisang does with this attack. Okay, we're not at absurd levels of damage yet. But I'm pretty sure this kills Ahab, so... Oh, for Vespa. Vespa's fist cleanly removed the Vice Captain's head from her body with a single thrust. He calmly steps out of the car and cleans the cigarette ash off the side mirror. The unexpected event left everyone quiet. Vespa proceeded to grab his Hondo from the side of the driver's seat and charge into the group of thugs. Amidst the thin fog, flashes of yellow light shined, followed by spurts of blood. Another moment of silence passed. Vespa returned to the driver's seat. The next time you want to cause a pointless bloodshed, you'll do it over my cold, dead body, I said, placing a hand on my forehead. I'll try not to. Vespa grabbed the wheel and started driving. Listen, man, you can take $10 million from me, but if you fuck with the car, I'm just gonna decapitate you. Fuck you. You can enter extreme mode. Enter the extreme mode and proceed to the next floor. Sure, why not? Oh, fucking hell. Flash power plus 3. Ugh. We'll take the fucking prosthetic leg. Yank it off of... yank it off of Ahab. I'm not trying to impress anyone with an MD 50 run right now. Oh! A secret boss. We might have to pay attention to this one. Let's rock. Who is it gonna be? If it's a Ricardo, I'm gonna fucking cry. Fuck! Alright. You said you weren't a fan of killing, and now you've got blood on your blade. I'm holding it a sneeze there. I didn't kill them because I wanted to. It was simply retribution for what they had done. And that gives you the right to decide who gets to live or die? There was a mound of severed heads behind them. I suspect those belonged to the people who couldn't afford the toll. What a hero you've become. You'll have to follow every order I make if you want to receive DS's aid to get your job back. If our mission ends in failure because of your imprudent behavior, Vespa, you'd better forget about returning to N-Corp, because DS will sink you to rock bottom and ensure that you spend the rest of your life in misery. I will keep that in mind. Vespa replied as he slowly closed his eyes. Ezra sits next to him, seemingly lost in thought and fiddling with the plate Vice Captain Yuri gave her. Beneath her feet are the bundles of cash that amount to 10 million on, hurriedly collected back from the dead syndicate member. The bills have smidgens of blood on them, but there should be no problem using it. Detective, maybe we could still use the plate? Ezra turned to me and asked. There won't be any problem using it to pass through turf under the Kurokuma clan, of course. I don't think there's anyone that could figure out who killed Vice Captain Yuri. No, that's not what I meant. Could I get free drinks with this? My god, man. So that's what she was looking forward to. Where there's alcohol, there's usually snack. It is little wonder that she's showing interest. Ezra, you can eat anything you want. Alcohol or whatever. With the money Diaz gave us, we may very well order food that has never existed before. Vespa's ears twitch slightly. This young man is quite a hearty eater, isn't he? See, it's funny because he ate her arm. Give me that plate. Okay. The word Kurokumokai is written in kanji on the front side of the plate. On the back side is handwriting that appears to be the signature of Vice Captain Yuri. This might be handy later on. So, Detective Moses, if I'm not mistaken, the Laundry of Dreams is a location type similar to my atelier? Yudia asked from my shoulder as if the commotion didn't happen. It seems Yudia has gotten a lot less talkative since we started heading for Elcorp's nest. Perhaps she has difficulty maintaining the psychomint. I should talk with her about that soon. Could you explain what a location type is, Dr. Moses? This feels like the dialogue featured in a tutorial for a video game. I fear no man, but Ricardo is, a little terrifying, not gonna lie. I actually have to see how this goes down, because, if someone dies, that's not good. Even if Sinclair wins this, I have given Ricardo several defense level ups, so, you know, this might hurt. Oh, we're good. It is a good thing I got Bridal. Alright, we're good. If we stagger Ricardo on this turn or next turn, it doesn't matter what he does. He's fucked. Anyway, Vespa showed interest as well, as was Scald and Vespa for trying to correct him. And Vespa retaliated with a gaze just as fierce. I can almost see sparks flying from the staring contest. Ezra, I don't care how Vespa refers to me, so don't waste your energy pointing it out every single time. But he's the newest and youngest member of our office. Vespa's veins pop out on his forehead once again. Don't. Okay. Ezra conceded and I resumed the conversation. Oh yeah, we're hitting those damage numbers now, baby. I probably should have had Gregory use Umberlane Glory, but it's fine. Yeah, he's fucked. Check this shit out. Ah, how lovely it is. They're just fucking ragdoll super bosses. My beautiful horse. Some greater than middle, apparently. Ezra conceded and I resumed the conversation. A location-type distortion is a certain spot being subject to distortion, as the name suggests. But you described a distortion as a phenomenon that individual humans manifest. Are you saying that a person can transform into a location? Yes, that's what the Baba Yaga Abno is, I think. At least allegedly. Anyway, now we have, like, a huge surplus of money, so no reason not to splurge a little bit. Alright, we enhance... Did we already cap out Bridal? Might have. We did. Okay, so in that case, this is next. Sick. We still have a surplus of money, and we can just keep going. Oh, look, it's Pikachu again. I don't care. Die. Precisely. In most cases, it takes the form of a place or a building that is unable to move on its own. It's akin to a trap up to the average person. You should be mindful of the fact that a location-type distortion is not the same thing as a distortion encroaching upon its surroundings. The stronger the encroaching distortion is, the more warped the area around it gets. Ezra chipped in. Like she said, the distortion can overflow, and a powerful one can influence its surroundings if left uncontrolled. That was the case with the carp, the most recent case of the distortion I solved. It was a child who turned into a giant carp. It would generate a pool of depressive water around it. That's because sadness is most commonly distorted as the form of water. Ezra butted in. Yes, melancholy is like water. Perhaps we could talk about categories for such things at a later date. Anyway, a strong distortion can alter the area around it and become a host to subordinate entities. It's easy to confuse it for a location-type distortion. You could publish an encyclopedia of distortions with all that knowledge. How am I feeling? I'm feeling like my throat's a little sore from reading all this much, but otherwise, pretty alright. Actually, I forgot to tell you guys why I got up earlier. My brother sent me a message saying, "What building are we?" He doesn't know what he didn't know what our building number was. And they didn't want to go outside to check. And I'm like, are you serious? It's fine. But it was like... Yeah, I guess we don't know our own address. That's fine. How are you? Vespa made a sarcastic yet harmless remark. A book. That's funny. I'd be surprised if there's any library that's willing to collect a book like that. Ha 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 ha! Get it? Because Library of Ruina does exactly that? Yeah, Detective, that sounds so educational and fun. Just as Ezra spoke, the car was slowly brought to a stop. Dr. Moses, I'll need you to tell me the directions from here on out. It looks like we fully entered Elcorp's nest. Glimpses of buildings can be seen in the mist. This nest might have shone brightly once, but now it is sunken in fog. This fog feels quite different from the fume that covered the city during the smoke war. Unlike the smoke that rose to the sky, this mist sinks to the floor like a pool of stagnant water. It's similar to those properties of sorrow we just talked about. Could this be a manifestation of someone's serious melancholy? Hint, hint, Angela, hint, hint. Regardless, I'm the only one who can find a way anywhere in this thick veil of mist. Or rather, the prosthetic arm Diaz gave me will figure out a way for us. I scanned the barcode printed on the report of the Laundry of Dreams as instructed. Urban Legend Case, the Laundry of Dreams. Guiding to the most recent observed site. Turn right 300 meters ahead. A voice came out of the arm. A vocal guide in this day and age. Come to think of it, this may be a more effective method than hologram-based navigations in a fog as thick as this. Oh, hi, Nelly. We are going to beat you to death. Vespa, follow the instructions of this voice. The car slowly began moving again. Then Vespa opened his mouth. The man named Han Hee-jun had said our work is to capture the Distortion. How are we going to seize a location, if I may ask? We'll shrink it. As I said moments ago, the Distortion will expand and warp its surroundings as it becomes more powerful. In other words, its influence will shrink as we neutralize its power. We will have to weaken it enough to fit in our hand. Or at least the trunk of our van. This van is no ordinary vehicle. The entire cargo compartment is a massive dimensional bag. Since it was provided by Diaz, it should have no problem carrying absurdly large objects. However, distortions are ultimately people. It's not a good idea to store people in a dimensional bag. I have no choice but to hope that Diaz kept that in mind and that we can load the trunk with distortions anyway. Do we have to go into the so-called location-type distortions ourselves, then? Yes. You said that they are akin to traps. There is a risk that we will be killed as soon as we set foot in there, is there not? Distortions are not weapons of murder. They normally aren't artificial creations with a specific purpose. What they are is a cry for recognition of their mental afflictions. As you suggested, distortions that harbor a murderous intent may try to kill us. But I can tell if a distortion has such designs. That means our lives lie in the hands of your judgment, Dr. Moses. Of course you should. All we gotta do is trust the detective, bitty baby bee. Vespa popped a vein once again. Vespa seems to be enjoying it at this point. The conversation halted there. Only the mechanical voice of my arm would break the silence. The audio is being strangely quiet. When I looked to my left, the red teddy bear was lolling on my shoulder. Her synchronization with the psychoman appears to be unstable, as I suspected. Even if the teddy bear were to stop moving, that wouldn't mean the death of her. Her real body is under the protection of Dogui Office, after all. The teddy bear suddenly flinched. Detective Moses! I see you're having trouble maintaining your psychomet right now. Yeah. My consciousness is fading the deeper we get into this nest, and the thicker the mist gets. Rest up for a while. I'll keep the teddy bear with me. Does he still have the unique passives? Ah, yeah, he does. That's cute. I don't get how people play Limbus MD for this long when that's 95% of the endgame content. Well, I'm multitasking, aren't I? Wait, did he lose the fucking clash? Jesus. Oh, that's probably because he's... I know he didn't. Unbreakable coins. Duh, forehead. Thank you. I'll take a short nap. I have to work like a dog. The teddy bear's voice trailed off as its head was lowered. You have arrived at your destination. A large green neon sign was flashing sporadically before us. The bright neon light turned the fog around it green. The Laundry of Dreams. We're there, Dr. Moses. Alright. Be prepared, everyone. Ezra took her dimensional bag, and Vespa took his sword and harpoon as we got out of the car. I placed the smoking pipe in my mouth. We walked to the entrance of the laundromat, and I puffed out smoke while I closely observed the exterior of the building. The tobacco smoke scattered into the air and became one with the fog. Now then, let's retrieve the distortion. We entered the Laundry of Dreams. Translation notes. Kurokumakai, but written out with entirely Romanized Japanese to reflect that it has been written in kanji. The word kanji is also used to reflect the source culture of the Syndicate. Holy shit, I wasn't even looking and I staggered both of them? What a bunch of frauds. Holy fucking 60 coin power. Chapter 31, The Laundry of Dreams. The joints of the glass door creaked as we entered the laundromat. A Spacian-aged washateria, housing 26 front-load washing machines. Faded fluorescent lamps shine over brown floor tiles. A few bugs buzz away near the lights, and an old pop song is playing from the speaker on the ceiling. I assumed you deemed that this distortion is not a threat to us, seeing that you walked into the place willingly, Dr. Moses. Vespa spoke, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. Ezra is watching something in front of the washing machines. A grade 3 fixer and their colleagues fell victim here. Oh, it literally just Google. That's... Hey, we're going to beat you to death, man. Hard towards the new era? Wrong. The horse is coming. God bless. You know, I don't mind that Limbus doesn't have more endgame modes. I already play MiHoYo gacha games, and personally, I don't like there being 3 endgame modes. This feels, ugh, you know? If I do this, I better get Faith fast. We're gonna do a beautiful voice next, because the sooner we do that, it becomes less hard. Unless it just doesn't want to fucking give me that. Okay, there it is. Whew. That was a little concerning. It's a terrible idea, but I'm gonna do it anyway. No, we're still in favorite territory. That's fine. An office was annihilated and people went missing, right, Detective? Not for long. They were found in other places, different people altogether. What exactly do you mean when you say they were different people altogether? In the most literal sense. Their appearance stayed the same, but inside they were completely dissimilar from before. No one could recognize who they become. Detective! Over here! I found a washing machine that's running right now! Ezra waved me over. The machine rattles, laundry tumbling and spinning inside. I placed my smoking pipe in my mouth. Laundry. Surely it wouldn't be anything ordinary. Though it is hard to see what's inside while it's running. It would be a pretty reckless move to forcefully stop the machine. For now, I'll have to observe the place more. Dr. Moses, I see a storage and utility room there. I puffed out smoke and walked to the door Vespa pointed at. Was this laundromat not a self-service facility? If an owner is present, that will make this a different type of distortion from what I expected. The existence of a room dedicated to collecting the laundry suggests that the owner of a laundromat manually cleans the clothes customers entrust them. However, I don't see a cash register or any sort of station that a staff member would work at. It's another super boss! Fuck it, we ball. Let's go. Who's it gonna be? I bet it's gonna be Don Quixote. Yep. This means I have to slightly pay attention. Really? This might not be the best idea, but we're gonna do it anyway. Vespa, open that door. And Ezra, look around a little more. Roger! Upon opening the door to the storage room, a refreshing scent of fabric softener wafted out through the air. The sight that unfolded before our eyes, however, was anything but refreshing. This is a butcher shop. Human skin is suspended up on hangers. Actually, since this is a vocal song, fuck it. We pay attention to the game right now. Fuck! Massive SP loss. My aura. Damn, he's dodging it all. Fuck. Severe aura loss. He sung the plastic horse. Funnily enough, I think Faust is actually going to be able to counter this. Because of how her block works. He just teleports over to Don Quixote and just goes... Oh yeah, I forgot that happens if you counter with thumb salt. Oops, it's fine. Really? Okay. Sorry, unbreakable coin forehead. Holy shit. Oh, thank God. Wait, Gregor got unstaggered? How the fuck does that work? Whatever. Yeah, we could save Unbrilliant Glory for when El Don Quixote comes down. Yeah, okay. The sprites look so fucking weird in this arena right now. Please stop setting my grandpa your prayers. He's become too strong. Well, I think that the Gregor stagger. Ooh! The 80 coin fucking result. And just think he could be stronger. Oh, that is a lot of staggers. Holy shit. Yeah, we probably should have deployed this a turn sooner, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. No one's dying today, I think. Oh, that does not do nearly as much damage as I thought it was going to. Get ready to taste the power of the sun, motherfucker. Are you prepared for the death you've earned? Huh. I thought this would do more damage. Oh, he wasn't at full stacks? The fuck? I'm dumb, I can't read. He is faster than Don Quixote, which means he gets to do this. That's kind of fucking hilarious, actually. Even if Yisong is staggered. Mechanics? Nah. I'm just gonna fucking beat you to death. I ain't about that life. Unless I just got staggered, in which case, oops. Nah, we're gonna stagger him, it's fine. Did it stagger Result? Definitely staggered someone at this point. Death! Jesus. My horse is stronger. Jesus. You want to talk about failed fucking... God damn. Okay, super boss down. Sorry. When it comes to the super bosses, I do have to pay attention and not read while I'm looking away. Now I'm super fucking rich. Like, damn. Alright, I just gotta fuse the slash one then. I am the fucking strong. Honestly, fuck it. I have so much fucking cash I could just do this. Let me see. The damage up is gonna go crazy. Let's just go nuts. Just upgrade fucking everything. This is the moment things start to get silly. If there were ever any floor to invest this much into, yeah, it would be this one. Can I even use some of these egos? No, but we're doing it blindly. Because we were playing like a fucking gorilla. Even though I don't think I'm ever going to do a non-focused encounter again. Whatever. Oh yeah, that's going to hit different. I'm just upgrading every possible item I could ever use here. Alright, I actually am running out of cash now, so that's unfortunate. We did accomplish a lot, didn't we? Yeah, Cromer's gonna eat shit, I think. My only concern is that I haven't gotten the fucking mirror ego yet. Ego gift. Yeah, this is gonna fucking hurt. Oh, I think we FTK her. That's cool. It's fine. If we repep the egos on this turn, that way when shit gets real in the next phase, we'll be fine. It honestly astonishes me that a lot of Sinclair's ego gifts aren't like, or not ego gifts, his fucking ego skills aren't particularly fantastic. Hey, we're speedrunning the Chromer part of the fight because this is the only part of the fight that has vocal music, which I don't like reading over. And look at that, we've already staggered one part of her. Splendid. I wish I had Rustic Commemorative Coin. That's fine, though. Kill. I didn't even need to use Blind Obsession. I just fucking staggered her before she could even do anything. Amazing. The stagger noise is one of the more satisfying things to hear in this game. When it's you doing the staggering, not getting staggered. Yes, Sinclair, finish her off. Very cool, Sinclair. Alright, we're gonna go. Back to reading. I see how it is. I blew out a puff of tobacco smoke. Peel off a human skin and washed her inside clean. That's what this laundry of dreams is. Typical of the city. Provocative procedure like skinning humans alive or some such doesn't come as a surprise anymore. The next question is its purpose. I have to wonder, does the act of washing signify purification, or does it imply change? I have a feeling that the latter is more likely to be the case. There's desire to become someone else and stand out among the stereotyped city folk. It should be stronger than the desire to get clean at the very least. In a coin op such as this, the act of washing is as simple as putting clothes in the washing machine and inserting a coin. Look at the human hide that's hung here. It seems the people who visited this place took off their own skin and left it here. When did it happen? Right after entering the laundromat? After inserting the coin? But wouldn't the laundry have to be inside the machine first? It's still a hazy mystery. If this space was deceiving people's perception, my eyes would have caught the process. I don't see a sign of such illusion yet. I guess I should investigate the washing machines once again. Yeah, one sec, Dongrang. Are we all targeting this now? Okay. Fuck mechanics. We got coin power here, baby. Detective, I can't get the washing machines to work using ordinary coins. Ezra, you dimwit. Who told you to fiddle with the washing machine? Don't mess with the distortion while I'm not around. Okay. Ezra answered in a dispirited voice. There are several problems when a person who can't see the distortion is involved in solving cases of the distortion. For instance, they might walk into a gaping mouthful of teeth that I can vividly see, or be enticed into doing something not knowing that they're being pulled away by shadowy hands. Thus it takes a person who can see the various sides of the distortion to aptly handle it. Alright, Heathcliff, we gotta teach you a lesson. Horse bigger than wolf. Detective, would it matter if I got a coin from the exchange machine here? I put a hand on my forehead. Ezra's the type to leap into action before putting any thought into it. I gather my thought while Ezra acts. To solve a distortion, someone has to be a guinea pig. Still, the curiosity and boldness of the child is quite a challenge to handle now, even for me. Give that to me. Okay. With a loud noise, the room trembled up and down. The coin slipped from Ezra's hand while she was trying to pass it over to me. Ezra, grab that Before I could finish the sentence, Ezra swiftly moved her palm below the coin. The thing seemed to land on Ezra's hand, but it won't stop falling. It makes a hole in her hand and reaches the floor as if it has to. The coin rolls around the floor before it falls down the drain. Ow! Ezra groaned, holding her punctured right hand. Dr. Moses, look behind you. Following Vesper's words, I turned around. The door to the storage room vanished. A loud mechanical noise came at a distance. Something's already happening. The coin Ezra acquired couldn't have been dispensed from a vending machine for no reason. A coin exchange machine. Something was traded away for the coin. I held the smoking pipe in my mouth. The space is distorting. Did the ceiling just switch places with the floor? Oh, Heathcliff, you are fucked. We got too much fucking coin power for you, bitch. Your offense level is mid. Shit, we're 4 hours in. I've been dicking around for too long. Alright, let's see. Offense level +5, offense level +10. I'm not taking Clash or Final, yeah. That's fine. He has one chance to fuck this up, I think. Actually, no. Let's take the horse. Excellent. The steed marches forth. I'm pretty sure I already have the ego once this thing fucking drops, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So, this is the part where we just ego spam. Works for me! I blew out tobacco smoke. As Vespa noticed, the room was slowly twisting and twirling. Detective, is it just me, or does your body feel icky and stuffy? Ugh. Ezra's body is slowly being filled with filth that resembles viscous blood. For I can see the distortion, I need quick wits and good sense. I need to be able to tell if what I'm looking at is a sign visible only to me or a manifestation that everyone can perceive. The answer is inexperience, and experience tells me that I'm likely the only one who can see that filth. Detective. Wait, Detective, do you remember? I was a coward during the war. I won't be forgiven either, right? This topic again. The memories of that day are one of the subjects commonly brought up whenever a distortion invokes Ezra's traumas. The memories of Smoke War. They haunt Ezra and I constantly. I've become an expert at dealing with such trauma thanks to that. The memories will be unbearable to her, and she will cause some kind of trouble as a result. Gah! Away with this dirty body! I heard the sound of something being unzipped. The skin of the human we knew as Ezra was stripped off of her from head to shoulders, knees, then toes. Knees, then toes. The side of a person that no one wants to see. It can only be described as a form that I can't dare to look at. A heap of desires. I couldn't stand the sight, so I shut my eyes tight. Ezra. Vespa, keep your eyes closed. I bit into the smoking pipe and exhaled a white breath. The room was filled with mist. Vespa's mind could be affected if he sees her current form. I immediately breathed in and let out a violet breath. I wrapped the violet whip around the silhouette that I think is Ezra. And do your absolute best to stand still. I can't handle two people doing idiotic things at once. Understood. Vespa responded. I got the pattern down. Once the human takes off their skin, they'll put it in one of the washing machines. Then they'll head over to the storage room and wear another person's husk, wearing the clean and new clothing. They leave the laundromat as a brand new individual. If Ezra reaches that point, there won't be much I can do. I will be losing her forever. To avoid that, I stopped her in her tracks somehow. Distortions are solved through contradiction. The deeds that are considered natural and mandatory here must be denied and reversed, making the person wear their contaminated shell back before it could be washed. Such action will weaken the distortion of the laundry of dreams. What can we do to make her put her own skin back on, then? Forcefully put it on her? No. She must wear it voluntarily. She has to wear her own shell, knowing that it's still a filthy husk. That's how we can deny this place. That's two people staggered, but I think we're fine. Go, my horse. Anyway. This space. Can I not slash it? There's no guarantee that it won't backfire. Destructive measures should be taken as the last resort. That means it's not entirely out of the question. I shall prepare myself in that case. Vespa kept his eyes closed and put his hand on the sheath of his sword. It's a huge relief that he wasn't afflicted with the distortion's influence. I have no clues about Vespa's past or his trauma. Learning of his past will be a process of trial and error, no doubt. The time will come one day, and it will be unavoidable. I'll have to take my time to know him. That is to say, I know well how to handle Ezra after spending much time with her. Alright, no super boss this time, but that's fine. I think we have more than enough. Oh, thank God. There's Faith. Okay, then we sell one of these, and it's enhancing time. Actually, let's prioritize a bit, shall we? Actually, shit, I probably should have healed. Whatever, it's fine. Kinda shocked that I haven't gotten the mirror to, like, pop up in the shop, but it's fine. I know that I passed over it in some previous, floors. That's the word. Yeah, we're fine. Tell me, do you think your current self is filthy? I got too much blood on my hands. I'm dirty. I hate myself. I like you for who you are, even if you think it's unclean. Forthright, without redundancy, I say out exactly what I think of Ezra straight to her. Really? The answer is easy, but it's always an ordeal for me to speak it out. I really do. Ezra is conscious of others' attention, especially mine. I like that side of hers. All things considered, I can't bring myself to hate her. Ezra is my co-worker and subordinate, and it's my responsibility to take care of her. The mass of flesh that is probably Ezra picks up the smelly, filthy husk and wears it once more. The laundromat stops swirling and bending, and gradually returns to how it looked before. Soon afterwards, the space begins to shrink. Oh, God! Hi, Mike. What were you streaming? Thanks for the raid. We're fighting demons here. Bacon? Tim? What's up? Didn't realize you were streaming, Mike. Wait a second, hold on. I gotta scroll somewhere. Oh, right! It's Friday. You were streaming AP, right? You were building the EG Wing while Mike did SOW, then we both did Helldivers. That's nice, man. How far are you into AP? Mike, assuming you're still here. And, Falcon, how far are you through building the wing? Are you done? Cool, you'll post photos, right? Let's see. Yeah, we're fighting endgame bosses. This is the endgame mode of Limbus Company. Or as I like to call it, just go forth my win rate button. So when's the Wildschwein build stream? Well, for one thing, whenever I can afford it. How about this? I'm going to be moving into a new place around April. Provided things are better then, I will start buying kits and will stream myself building them, as long as you guys aren't mean to me, because I've never done that before. We're about to do the final battle with the Devil Fortress. So you're like at the end of the game, I think that sounds like, right? While Tween Mecha Game Stream 1, I would stream Shin, but I'm like, ugh, right now. I don't want to stress myself out with the whole Vanpresto thing, so as far as mecha games go, While plays Mech Warrior, dies instantly every drop. Okay. Out of risk of other people hearing this, how would you guys feel about Warframe? Is that even a mecha game? Behold my stand, cat girl. The Attack on Titan game that isn't a mecha game. Is that what they meant by Titanfall? As an ex-Warframe player, I don't mind it. Alright. I muted the characters' voices because I've been reading a book. I hesitate to call it that. I'm reading something. You can see it, like, underneath the game. Gonna crash now? You have a good night too, man. Oh, he's skill checking us, huh? Oh no. We might actually fail the skill check. Heads or tails? Heads. Heads. Bitch. Well, not like it matters. You got staggered. we literally do too much damage for this mechanic to matter. Okay, moving on. Vespa, get Ezra and shove the hell out of here. We quickly sprinted toward the front door. The cold evening air and the moisture of the damp drizzle assailed my nostrils. We managed to escape safely. The laundry of dreams was behind us, reduced to the size of a small toy house. Why not something different for a change? What's a game genre you rarely or haven't played? You tell me. Actually, at risk of other people hearing this, after I beat Morrowind, how would you guys feel about Dot Hack? Oh yeah, I gotta kill Dongbake. RPG, there goes 6 months of your life. Worse, it's an RPG that's meant to simulate MMOs. I think we're just gonna beat the shit out of Dongbake. Yeah, she does not stand a chance. We're too goated right now. The horse has arrived. No, you're not dodging this shit. Get in the stun zone. Yeah, so normally what she's supposed to do when she hits this health threshold is that she will immediately go into her second phase, but mechanically, she does not expect you to beat her ass so hard that she gets staggered. So what's going to happen is that when we kill her, she's going to transform the arena, then the arena's going to transform back immediately, and then we'll just win. I didn't even get to use Brilliant Glory. Like so. Let's see, offense level +3, offense level +5. We'll take those, and I think next we're doing Bridal of Infinity. And then we'll wrap up with the fairy fight. Sure, why not? We'll use a character that we don't have. Okay. Ryoshi tries to comfort the abnormality. Oh, I gotta lock in. This is a super boss, ladies and gentlemen. And I get the feeling that it's going to be Lei Heng. Just a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, we're turning on the voice lines back for this one. This guy, Lei Heng, he's the fucking man. Look at him. He's goated. The greatest.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 친구들, 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 옳다.
My Lei Heng is stronger.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요. 빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레이터.
모범적인 청소 방식을 확인했습니다. 인사부서에 해당 요원에 대한 평가를 송신합니다.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차. 효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
Never mind, I'm dog walking him. What about a Musou game? I've never streamed a Musou game, actually. The first Musou game I've ever played was the demo for Dynasty Warriors 2?
더는 한데 오르지 못한 것. 당신의 품격. 끝없이. 잔탱님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시나? 가까울 놈들은 아닌가?
게임 시작.
하고 나온 게 이짝도 달아오르는구나. 말라고.
그리고 일단 시작하면
You know we got a Tangle Cleaver duel, baby.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 말로 받았다.
도련해. 물론고. 제차.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명된 것 같아 다행이다.
덮어놓고 공격 물론고. 적을 잘 관찰하는 게 좋은 제차.
워프 열차 연산 시스템이 정리 방식의 선택이 적절했음을 판단했습니다. 훌륭합니다.
Mine's bigger.
단격발.
Nah, I'd win.
일기당천. 하나 넘고, 셋 넘고, 무수히 넘고. 얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라. 자세가 멀어졌네. 말로 받았다.
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
도련해.
To whom does this victory belong?
넘고.
Me, of course. I'm fucking goated. I have so many fucking roids inside of me, man. Yeah, this oh, this is a guaranteed victory for me. Not like I ever doubted it, but you know. I don't actually know what I'd buy next. Fuck it, I guess we'll just figure it out. And now we enhance everything else, I think. I mean, use it or lose it, right? Even though using it isn't going to do shit for us. I think we have maxed out every fucking ego gift that we have in our possession. Which means we are, like, impossibly strong. So I guess we could just keep fusing shit. Over level for the final boss? To say the least. And we're about to fuse even more. There we go. That's what I was looking for. When I get really overpowered, you just literally overlevel yourself. Now we can enhance these. Alright, let's rock and roll. We're not even on the final floor yet. This is the rack up as many fucking damage points as possible. Let's see how we do here. Not even a fucking problem. Okay. You can go back to reading now. Has the case been solved? Vespa asked, carrying Ezra on his shoulders. Quite. Is it always like this? That wasn't nearly as dramatic as I expected. I didn't even have to help. Only because I knew who I was dealing with. That's why Ezra and I are working together. I placed my pipe in my mouth. This case was tame and simple compared to other recent events. And staying still was a big enough help. If you were in Ezra's shoes, I might not have been able to do anything. Besides, the distortion is ultimately a human affair. Oftentimes things are covered up and details are glossed over. That sounds like human relationships go. I puffed out smoke. He's dead on the nail. This is just like solving relationship issues between people. If I try to ignore the root of the issue and turn away from it, it can be ended on an ambiguous note. In this case, I didn't bother to understand the cause or process of the distortion, nor did I try to make the subject understand it, because it's not my business. Because it wasn't necessary. Dr. Moses, our objective was to solve the distortions rather than capture them. Would it be possible to revert that laundromat to a human? It should be. The steps will be more complicated than what we did just now. Are you curious? The distortion is also similar to human relationships in that the problem gets harder to solve if I try to face it directly and bring it to a definite conclusion. Never mind. If it's something I must know, you will elucidate it at some point. That is a 70 power answer me. Hey, Shopex. I picked up the Laundry of Dreams and stored it in the trunk. At this size, there's no need to call the Ujat to help retrieve it. Vespa laid Ezra on the back seat of the vehicle. Did you two participate in the smoke pool? I don't feel like talking about that at the moment. Understood. Vespa took the driver's seat. I shook ash off my smoking pipe and sat in the passenger seat. Then I manipulated my prosthetic arm. Beep beep. Han Hee-jun. Yes, Doctor. A detestable, sodded voice comes out of the arm. We've taken care of the laundry of dreams. We're moving on to the case of the human thunderbolt. Looks like you've solved the case safe and sound. I'm ending the call. Hold on, Doctor. Did you meddle with the Kurokuma clan by any chance? We did. So he somehow found it out. He sure is a competent informant, and he's most certainly going to give me chewing out for this. The Kurokuma clan is a thumb subsidiary. I suggest avoiding conflict with the finger if you wish to complete the mission, and as if I'm some kid that needs his nagging. Beep beep. The thumb is decent compared to the index. At least I won't be talking to a wall. Did he just fucking explode? Oh my god, that fucking coin power, dude. I'm gonna cream. Hold on, I need to screenshot this if this fucking shows up. No, that's later. Okay, Dr. Moses. Are you scared that we might have to face a finger? If we ever happen to confront the thumb, please let me lend my strength. This child has his stories, I see. That's up to me to decide. Depending on the situation. Vespa seemed to think for a moment with his eyes closed. Alright. The car slowly trudged through the mist. And that chapter, we're on chapter 32 out of 42. I don't love the city I live in. Let's see this shit in action. Ah! Okay. $74 fucking offense power. I wonder if we can one-shot it. Let's check this shit out. Coil up. That's hilarious, bro. Nice fucking shield. Where'd it go? Will Unbrilliant Glory, like, just completely fuck it up. It's past stagger point, so... Yeah, I think we just kill it. Fuck, never mind. No, I'm really Glorious cooking. Alright, let's go. I wish it'd roll more heads, but so be it. That one help. Yep, it exploded. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. A purple humanoid form watches it from afar. The difference in scenery between day and night is small here, but I can tell from the gradually shrinking halo of light in the foggy sky that it's evening. We seem to be approaching our destination. The car shakes pretty badly, running over some form of objects scattered on the road. They're likely corpses. On the way, I read one of the case reports Han Hee-jun gave me, the Human Thunderbolt, rated Urban Plague. It says bolts of lightning will thrash about in the mist when it's present. The Human Thunderbolt leaves completely charred bodies in its wake, emitting a burning smell. Lightning is an electrical phenomenon, thus it's related to hysteria or neurosis. Sparks fly off and conduct electricity, leaving sharp and tingling wounds on anyone that stands around it. It'll be fast and painful. Dr. Moses, someone is after us. Vespa spoke. I see dark figures running alongside the car through the window. This vehicle most certainly isn't moving at a slow speed. Detective! He pulled out a knife! Ezra shouted. We will suffer a considerable setback if we lose this car. Diaz gave us this van, so it won't break easily. However, we don't know what the unidentified group is capable of. We have to make a careful choice here. This is super fucking ominous music for a fight that we're just gonna blow to fucking pieces. The horse does not concern itself with protection. Vespa, can you give them the slip without damaging the car? It won't be an easy feat, I'm afraid. Then we'll stop it right away. The car lurched to a sudden halt, creating a loud noise. The group surrounded the van in an instant. Is it another syndicate like the Kurokuma clan? Whatever they are, they probably won't stand a chance against Ezra and Vespa. Nor less hesitant to get violent after spilling blood here once. Ezra, Vespa, get out of the car. This is different from the Kurokuma clan situation. Now we're in the middle of L-Corp's nest where there are many variables. We have to promptly prepare ourselves for battle. As soon as I got out of the car, a burning stench struck my nose. It might be another supposed trace of the Human Thunderbolt, according to the report. Another particular scent stung my nose. It's the acidic smell of tobacco. The smell. Those in the know are familiar with it. Vespa drew his Fwanda right away. Ezra slipped on the Alice Workshop gauntlets and cracked her knuckles. The figures in the mist reveal themselves. The smiling faces. Oh, we won. Wasn't even paying attention. We're goated. Offense and flash power. We are so ridiculously strong by comparison that no matter what, unless I go out of my way to troll myself, it won't matter. It's not MD 50 necessarily, but hey. Now we're at the final boss. I don't actually know if there's another super boss. Well, anyway. We got to enhance our gifts. We basically have everything. We're fucking yoked, everyone. Oh, that's what I'm fucking talking about. I knew I was missing something. We have all the tier 3 gifts. That's kind of fucked. It won't let us, because we already have all the gifts of that tier that we can fuse, at least. Literally... Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Well, I guess we just exist with that now. Alright, we're at the final boss. And we are still dominating. At worst, we're at neutral, but... this game series like a trilogy of sorts? Yeah, sort of. I think we're just gonna kill it. We're so fucking jacked that like it had. Oh my god. Okay. It can still get us, but to be fair, that was just skill 1, I think. If I'd used anything else, she would have won for sure. Probably. Death. I can win rate this shit to death. It's free. I wonder how high this goes. Oh. Oh, fuck. Ah, don't worry. He has so much fucking health that... Yeah. I do not fear you, you little fairy. Explosion noises. Honestly, this is fine. Check this awesome move. Answer me, hey Shopax. How high can our coin rolls... Coin rolls? Coin tosses go? Sheesh. Alright, here goes. Wait, this isn't even his final skill 3 yet. He's just firing normal fucking attacks. We can't even... Oh my god. We have just overpowered this bitch before the actual fight could start. That's amazing. Anyway, of course this isn't a speed run, but playing like a fucking gorilla is amazing. Answer me, hey Shopax. Was this a fucking awesome run or what? Yeah, fuck mechanics. We just win. Holy shit. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish this chapter, and then we're done. Oh my fucking god. Disgusting. Disgusting. It's loading all the fucking results. Amazing. Ask if this is the last game. We have no idea. We went Starlight positive. Alright. Let's finish this chapter, and then I will be done with my stream for tonight. The smiling faces, they're wearing masks of the Hahoe village. The syndicate is characterized by the steel masquerading from ear to ear. They smoke performance-enhancing narcotics for the gigantic pipes they're carrying. We've run into an urban nightmare-class syndicate while trying to solve an urban plague case. It's not an unlikely occasion. The syndicate started out in the east of the city, but their influence has grown over time, and now they're all over. Are you here to eat us? I placed my pipe in my mouth. They can be conversed with at the very least. A moment of silence passed. Detective? Why won't these chatty guys speak at all? Keeping her eyes to the front, Ezra asked me this in a tiny voice. I'm wondering the same thing. They're strangely quiet for how talkative they usually are. There seems to be about 7 of them. That's not a small number. The smiling faces quietly bite their giant smoking pipes, inhaling and exhaling smoke. I blew out smoke as well. Their movement is different. They're known for their uncanny ways of acting, but something is particularly odd about this group. They twitch their bodies as if they were wooden puppets, and there are faint sparks of electricity flowing to them. They're coming, Vespa said. Puffing out smoke in the mist, the smiling faces commenced running to us. Their massive smoking pipes double as blunt weapons. It also contains a hidden blade sheathed in the bowl of the pipe, sort of like a sword stick. Ezra faced two of them charging at us. One of them swung a smoking pipe in a large arc, and she struck the bowl of the pipe with her fist. It made a small dent in the pipe, throwing the attacker off balance. Ow! Detective, my fist hurts so bad! Whining, she accelerated her other hand with the Alice Workshop gauntlet and struck her fist into the chest. The blow sent the opponent flying into a wall. The other one swung a blade at Ezra's arm. I let out a purple breath to slow the blade down. Ezra took out a Nestor hammer in the meantime and hit the aggressor on the forehead. Clang. The metallic objects rang as they clashed. The hammer got crumpled from the impact. The mask, on the other hand, is intact. Vespa takes the rest of them on the other side. Yellow traces dance in the air like lightning bugs. Just then, Vespa turned to us and pitched the harpoon he'd been carrying at his waist without hesitation. Whoosh. The harpoon tore through the air and hit the left shoulder of the smiling face standing before Ezra, making them drop their weapon. Ezra immediately took out her Stigma Workshop blade and stabbed it into her opponent. The Stigma blade makes a sizzling sound in their chest. Paying no attention to that piercing injury, the opponent hit her lower jaw with her knee. Those bizarre gestures. The smiling faces are being controlled by something. And the human thunderbolt has to be the culprit, judging from the purple electric discharges flowing through their bodies. Ezra and Vespa aren't overwhelmed by the smiling faces, but they can't seem to gain the upper hand on them either. I drew a deep breath. Seeing how strong and agile they are, the violet whip I usually wield won't even reach them, let alone keep them in place. I let out a deep violet breath. The pipe morphed into thick chains. Ezra, throw that harpoon at me. Ezra pulled the harpoon from the smiling face's shoulder. In that brief moment of vulnerability, one of the smiling faces smacked her in the cheek with a smoking pipe. Pow! Ezra's head was knocked upward, but she managed to stay upright and toss the harpoon. It buzzed in the air before landing at my feet. I tied the violet chain around the tip of the harpoon. Vespa! Vespa recalled the harpoon right on cue. It was then flung with a roar and nailed on one of the smiling faces straight away. As the harpoon was lodged in them, the chains coiled around their body. Their movement is restrained, much like a ship with its anchor dropped. The harder they struggle to break free, the harder the chains tighten. The squeezing pain around my brain grows worse too. The pain is killing me. My head swims and my mind wavers. However, the chains will disappear if I let go of my consciousness. Ezra didn't miss this chance. She threw a low kick at the hindered target. The attack broke their leg, bringing them down to their knees. Then, she manifested Psychoman on her other leg and delivered a kick straight to their head. The cranium was smashed along with the mask. Vespa speedily retrieved the harpoon and hurled it at another one. Vespa earns time with the harpoon, and Ezra lands the finishing blow. At a stable pace, the smiling faces are defeated one after another. Before long, Vespa took the head off of the last of them. Phew! We somehow made him alive, Detective! I nodded, putting my pounding head in my hands. Dr. Moses, these were not like the ones I knew. Something seemed to be manipulating them. I walked to one of the decapitated heads of the smiling faces on the ground and removed the mask. The grinning face on a burnt head was all there was underneath it. Light flashed from afar. Bakum. A crack of thunder followed it shortly afterward. Suddenly, a stroke of light zipped past us. The light burned the fog in its path. It cleared off mist within a radius of 10 meters. Around 500 corpses were revealed before us, all burned to a crisp. Detective! Ezra isn't surprised at the sight of those bodies, but rather by what they're doing. Every burnt corpse began to move at the same time, twisting and twitching. Could it be moving the bodies through electrical stimuli? There's corpses lying on the road and bodies inside buildings. All the scorched cadavers nearby rise and rush at us. The smiling faces we had just slain also stood up, lousily folding and snapping their bodies. This thing is no urban plague. I placed a hand on my forehead. A purple humanoid form watches us from afar. Purple certainly is an uppity color. Vespa. Does the human thunderbolt appear to be frozen in place right now? Vespa carefully squinted at it. It's moving. It's not stationary. The human thunderbolt is moving from place to place to send electric currents, controlling the corpses with the stimuli. The plan is the same. I stop it in its tracks and you cut it down. How much time would you need until then? 10 minutes. Vespa nodded. Let me ask you back. How much time will it take for you to do it? A second is all I ask. That's dependable. Vespa will handle the smiling faces in front of us. Meanwhile, the living swarming corpses appear to be regular citizens. Ezra should be able to fend them off on her own. Ezra, protect me, but don't get yourself killed doing it. Got it. You can count on me, Detective. And with that, we are 10 chapters away from finishing Distortion Detective. And I will be ending the stream. Whew. Heck of a day, right, guys? Well, as usual, tomorrow will be Zenless Zone Zero. We'll be finishing the patch. Just in time to do Honkai Star Rail, I guess. Unless they drop another fucking update and then we're just permanently behind forever. That would suck. Anyway. Thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to this channel, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/WildWestern or subscribing to me at YouTube/WildWestern, where I also stream. I also post on Twitter and Blue Sky. Usually with the most recent updates about how things are going here. And any other random shit posts I have going on. But until then, you can join my Discord by typing !Discord in my Twitch chat or clicking the invite link in the description of the YouTube video. Until then, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. And I am probably going to go take a shower. I feel filthy. Alright, bye everyone!